theme of the movie we will see later is collaboration, and truly, Jack's career has been one of shared endeavors and research publication, and he instills the value of cooperation in his students. But collaboration is just another word for relationships, and this is what makes Jack so particularly wise. He recognizes the value of getting to know people and what interests them. Like many of us today, I have benefited from wise Jack's advice. With generosity and good humor, he encourages you, smooths the rough spots, and cheers your successes. This is wisdom in action. Standing here in Kotzen Hall of the American School, I need to acknowledge that I would not be the next chair of the American School Managing Committee without his support and friendship. I hope this brief biographical sketch has illuminated some new aspects of Jack's illustrious career and contextualized his incredible achievements in new ways. We have seen that a country kid from Ohio can become a leader in an obscure academic field. We have seen the value of friendships and relationships formed along the way, and we have seen the role of sheer luck. We have seen a man who loves people, past and present. To appreciate this journey, our friends and our luck, that is true wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Kathleen. And I would like now to invite Professor Mike Galati of the University of Michigan to tell us more about Jack's career and his impact on the field. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. I want to start by thanking the organizers of this conference. It's a big job, and you pulled it off. And look at this crowd. And we'll see if we're all still thanking you after 4 days of papers about Jack. In any case, thanks for inviting me to start things off by recounting Jack's contributions in terms of research. That's a tall order for 20 minutes, but I'll do my best. It says a lot that so many of us have gathered together in June during the height of the field research season to honor Jack. I know many of you have come a long way to be here. I came all the way from Kosovo, where we are in the middle of digging a Bronze Age settlement. One big reason we are all here is because Jack has had an indelible impact on each and every one of us, on our careers, on the kind of archaeology we do. And this has been in large part been through our relationship with him as a fellow researcher, whether collaborator, mentor, or both. I'm lucky enough to have been mentored by Jack and also to have collaborated with him. I first met Jack in the summer of 1993. I had just finished my first year of graduate school at the University of Wisconsin, in anthropology no less, and joined the Pylos Regional Archaeological Project. As a field walker at the invitation of my advisor, John Bennett, perhaps field director. I remember walking up to a table in the Platea in Hora and introducing myself. There sat Jack, John, and the other project directors, Sue Alcock, Cynthia Shelmerdine, Eberhard Zonger, and Janos Lolos. John Cherry might have been there too. And yeah, that was not the least bit intimidating at all. But that's the thing about Jack. I'm sure he cracked a dumb joke and immediately put me at my ease. He asked me what my goal was for the summer. I said I wanted to identify a dissertation project. For his part, he wanted to teach us graduate students how to be archaeological project directors. Let me say that again. He wanted to teach me how to be an archaeological project director. This is the first most important thing to know about the impact of Jack Davis in terms of research. I don't think there is a single archaeologist in the world with as impressive a network of colleagues and former students as Jack. This slide lists people who participated in PRAP in 1993, just 1 year. If it was extended to encompass all 3 years of PRAP, it would be even longer and even more impressive. If the list was extended to include Jack's graduate students, it would be even longer. This list, just from PRAP 1993, includes all those individuals who went on to get jobs in archaeology, many, but not all, on the tenure track. And if I missed anyone, I apologize. Please don't hate me. Many of the folks on this list are research active. They publish a lot. And many have directed their own projects in Greece and elsewhere. Some of us have run multiple projects. What an incredible legacy, Jack. Congratulations. Really, this in and of itself is a huge, huge achievement. The summer of 1993 might have been the most meaningful, the most fun summer of my life. I learned how to do archaeological survey. I met lots of important people as they passed through Pylos, and I made lifelong friends. We spent every Saturday night at the beach, swimming, drinking, singing. Early on, we composed a song, affectionately known as the PRAP song. I'm going to take time to read it out loud because I would submit that everything you need to know about Jack as a researcher is captured by the PRAP song. Let me tell the story of Nemea Jack, liked walking through the mountains of the Greek outback. He got himself a compass and a big old map. He started up a survey and he called it PRAP. Now Jack knew he couldn't do this gig alone. So he rang up an old buddy down in Madison. Realized that doesn't rhyme very well. JBUC, I got a survey in mind with tons of Mycenaean sherds defined. Jackie, he said, that sure sounds fine. Let's call up Sue Alcock and Cynthia Shelmerdine. It'll be a high-intensity, diachronic, multidisciplinary sort of thing. A systematic, stratified sample around the palace of NESTOR, and we'll call it PRAP. Now the NEH gave him a wad of cash, and he rallied John Fisher from Old Wabash, decided to give his friend Sherry a call, brought along Eberhard to tell us, we call this the Marl. They put out a notice in the AIA. 25 students came who can't get away. They live in 2 rooms down in the Hora school where mosquitoes feast and the waters, mighty cool. It's a high-intensity, diachronic, multidisciplinary sort of thing. A systematic, stratified sample around the palace of NESTOR, and we call it PRAP. July 4th came, we needed something to do, so we had a beach party down at Romanu. We swam, we got drunk, a couple of us yacked, and you know, next Saturday, we're all going back. Valley crawls and vineyards, getting shot at, even Maki Bashin', we've been there, done that. This job made us tough, we don't take no crap. We did a kick-butt survey and we called it PRAP. Yeah, so high intensity, you all know him, he's definitely that. Diachronic, yes. Multidisciplinary, without a doubt. Systematic, usually. As I will demonstrate, these adjectives describe Jack and Sherry's research, and the song certainly captures his networking capabilities. But there are a few other lessons to be learned from the PRAP song about how to run an archaeological project. For example, as you may have gathered, Jack is, to put it delicately, careful with his research dollars. Life in the Hora school was a bit rough. There were no showers, so Jack procured the village voting booth, and we showered in that with a hose. It was so hot, and the mosquitoes were so bad, that many of us preferred to stay up all night rather than sleep, a skill that certainly came in handy in graduate school. So thanks, Jack, for teaching us that life lesson. Anyway, what else can we say about Jack as a researcher? Y'all sit back, relax, and let me tell you a story. Jack, well, you've seen a slide just like this. Jack was born in Worcester, Ohio in 1950 and grew up in Apple Creek, which, to hear Jack tell it, sounds a bit like a cross between Mayberry and the Beverly Hillbillies. He began his career in archaeology as an undergraduate at the University of Akron. He graduated in 1972 and started graduate school at Cincinnati. He matriculated in 1977 with a dissertation titled Fortifications at Aegea Chaos, Evidence for History and Relative Chronology. He did a stint at the American School from 1974 to 1976. During this time, he worked in the field and labs at Aegea, Koraku, Knossos, and Pyrgos. His first job was at the University of Illinois at Chicago, and he has been at Cincinnati since 1993. Indeed, the apple did not fall far from the tree, an Ohioan through and through. It is interesting to think of Jack as a Cycladic archaeologist first and a Mycenaean archaeologist second, since today his career is so strongly associated with Pylos. But some of his most important research was done early in his career, on islands. It is also interesting to think of Jack as a pottery guy. His first 4 published papers between 1977 and 1979 were on pottery. In 1979, the volume Papers in Cycladic Prehistory appeared, edited with John Cherry, about the same time Jack joined the Milos Project. It must have also been about this time that Jack and John began earning a reputation as young Turks, shaking up the world of Aegean prehistory. Jack's contribution to papers in Cycladic prehistory was Minos and Dexithea, Crete and the Cyclades in the Late Bronze Age, in which he introduced the idea of a western string of islands connecting Greece to Crete. This off-cited paper is the first, I think, in which we get hints as to the researcher Jack would become, the Jack of the Prap Song. The paper is explanatory, carefully written and argued, concerned with larger behavioral issues, and also presages Jack's interest in multidisciplinary scientific approaches. In the years following, he collaborated on petrological and light isotope analysis of pottery and metals from Aegea. His co-authored paper with Harriet Lewis, titled Mechanization of Pottery Production, a case study from the Cycladic Islands, is an early, masterful example of what today we would call a quote-unquote practice approach. In 1984, he and Cherry published what may be the only formal ceramic seriation study for the Aegean, at least that I know of, and with battleship curves and everything. Jack's problem-oriented approach to archaeology took shape during the 70s and 80s, influenced by the new archaeology. The methodological turn manifested itself in his embrace of intensive archaeological survey and ultimately a holistic approach to landscapes, with a focus on defining and contextualizing sites. Jack's understanding of survey, that it produces data that can be used to answer innumerable questions about the past, both behavioral and historical, that is, as an end in and of itself, crystallized during the Chaos Project, directed with John Cherry and Eleni Mansourani, published in 1991 in Landscape Archaeology as Long-Term History, Northern Chaos in the Cycladic Islands. It's kind of amazing to think that the Chaos Project only managed 1 season of fieldwork in 1983. Nevertheless, the book had and continues to have major impacts on regional studies in Greece and the wider Mediterranean. Jack's work in the islands was capped in 1992 by his publication of the first in a series of reviews of Aegean prehistory written for the American Journal of Archaeology, with which we're all familiar. Jack's contribution, called The Islands of the Aegean, was a mammoth 57 pages long. The lessons learned on Kea were applied during this same period in Nemea from 1984 to 1986, but coupled with large-scale urban surveys undertaken by Sue Alcock and excavations at Tungiza, led by the project director, Jim Wright, and his partner, Mary Dabney. The Chaos and Nemea surveys were followed by a series of methodological papers having to do with the efficacy of intensive surveys, focusing, for example, on the impacts of ancient manuring, best procedures for surface collecting sites, and debates about seemingly invisible phases of occupation. One interesting result of these debates is that they seem to have cemented Jack's interest in more recent phases of settlement in Greece, Frankish, Venetian, and Ottoman, and in the ethnoarchaeology of Greek village life. His work in this regard was certainly aided by an increasing fluency in modern Greek. According to Jack, as described in A Greek State in Formation, Pylos finally entered his life in 1989, though he had been there at least once before as early as 1975. The Pylos Regional Archaeological Project was launched in 1992, with 3 years of field survey, followed by a study season in 1995. PRAP was a game changer in terms of the size of the project, its scope and goals, which were both historical, investigating the formation and growth of the Mycenaean state of Pylos, and methodological, comparing the extensive approach taken by the University of Minnesota Messenia project to the intensive approach taken by PRAP. Jack also made the interesting decision to publish PRAP as a series of detailed reports in Hesperia, now numbering 1 through 8, along with a more public-facing book, Sandy Pylos, An Archaeological History from Nestor to Navarino, which appeared in 1998. PRAP turbocharged Jack's research and writing, already prolific in numerous ways. First, he wrote a series of articles having to do with Mycenaean state formation, some with co-authors, some on his own. These were critical and exciting, encouraging Aegean prehistorians to see Pylos and the Mycenaeans in general in new ways, grounded in new archaeological data. Second, he fully embraced a diachronic approach that included all periods of the past, from the Paleolithic to modern times. Excuse me. The joke on PRAP was that Jack was at some point probably going to ask us all to start collecting cigarette butts. This embrace of full diachronicity was reflected in the composition of PRAP's senior staff and its rotating cast of experts who visited the project, but also in the range of topics covered by the published PRAP reports. In 2005, he published a historical and economic geography of Ottoman Greece, the southwestern Morea in the 18th century, with John Bennett and Fariba Zarinabov, and in 2000, he published Between Venice and Istanbul, Colonial Landscapes in Early Modern Greece, with Cyril Davies. These volumes had an immediate, massive impact by demonstrating what could be accomplished when archaeologists and archival historians work together. Finally, as the PRAP survey drew to a close, new plans for Pylos were already afoot. In 1998, the Hora Apotheke Reorganization Project, HARP, under the direction of Sherry Stocker began. HARP's main objective was to reorganize and rehouse finds from Blagan's excavations. But a bit to everyone's surprise, I think, it generated many new, remarkable insights regarding life at the Palace of Nestor, running the gamut from feasting to frescoes to the nature of the palace's second floor. Several Cincinnati PhD dissertations came out of HARP by Lafayette, Ruby, and Egan. In 1998, as HARP ramped up, and in retrospect, this all seems a bit crazy, Jack and Sherry launched a new survey project in a whole new different country, the Malakastra Regional Archaeological Project, MRAP, in Albania. I was the field director. MRAP was a collaboration with the Institute of Archaeology in Tirana, co-directed by Jack and Musafer Korkuti. From 1998 to 2003, we undertook Prap-style survey in the hinterlands of the Greek colony of Apollonia, located close to the Adriatic coast, in the Illyrian hill fort of Margalich on the interior. One key difference between Albania and Greece is that we could test excavate immediately any sites we found. So MRAP included excavations at Kriajata B, a Paleolithic to Mesolithic camp, Krops, a Bronze Age settlement, and Shkoza Zez, a Hellenistic farmhouse. MRAP is not yet fully published, but Jack has authored or co-authored 8 papers on MRAP's survey and excavation results. And Sherry's 2009 University of Cincinnati PhD dissertation was written with MRAP data, Illyrian Apollonia, toward a new catesis and developmental history of the colony. Perhaps the most important MRAP result was that it spawned a whole series of subsequent intensive surveys in Albania, including the Durrës Regional Archaeological Project, co-directed by Jack, Sherry, Afrim Hoti, and Aris Boyani, and 2 surveys I directed, which I'll discuss in my paper on Wednesday. From 2004 to 2006, Jack and Sherry co-directed, with Aris Boyani and Vangel Dimo, excavations at a temple located at Bonjaket, near Apollonia, published in full in 2023. As we've heard, Jack was director of the American School from 2007 to 2012. His field research was necessarily curtailed, but his writing was not. According to Jack, during this time, his happy place was the archive of the American School. His explorations there produced a series of papers in an edited volume focused on the history of the American School and on the history and politics of archaeology in Greece. And now, finally, the moment you've all been waiting for. Dim the lights, cue the smoke machine, cue the strobes, crank up the volume. I give you the Griffin Warrior. As we all know by now, the grave of the Griffin Warrior was discovered unexpectedly on May 28, 2015. Jack and Sherry and their team spent the next 6 months excavating it, eventually recovering hundreds of artifacts. In the 11 years since, Jack, Sherry, and colleagues have produced a remarkable string of papers on the grave and its contents. They also mounted the incredible exhibit, The Kingdom of Pylos, Warrior Princes of Mycenaean Greece, which many of us will view on Friday. The Griffin Warrior demonstrated, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that during early Mycenaean times, Pylos was in regular contact with Minoan Crete, which shaped the state formation process, as well as the introduction of writing to the mainland. The Griffin Warrior is a truly amazing discovery, but what is more amazing is the skill needed to excavate it and excavate it properly, and then to conserve all of the grave goods. As Jack will tell anyone who listens, he could not have managed this project early in his career. It was a lifetime of contacts and favors called in, a network, that allowed him to conduct the excavation of a lifetime. Of course, Jack and Sherry could not be satisfied with the Griffin Warrior. They had to find and excavate 2 Tholos tombs as well. So, to conclude, what can we learn from wise Jack Davis's remarkable research career? Maybe I can sum things up in a few additional new song verses. While I recite, I will show a few more slides, not because they have anything to do with research, but simply because they make me happy. Many years have passed. We're all professors now. We dig and do research all around the world. It's wise old Jack we have to thank for that. He taught us how to survey. Now there's no going back. We're high intensity, diachronic, multidisciplinary sorts of folks. We do systematic, cutting edge fieldwork. And we owe it all to Jack. After prep ended, Jack got an itch. Survey in Albania would be a fun switch. He loaded up a truck and drove it north. With Sherry, he found bunkers and a temple, too. The Pylos called, they had to go. A warrior was waiting. There was lots to do. You know, they're high intensity, diachronic, multidisciplinary sorts of folks. They do systematic, cutting-edge field work. And we love them lots. Congratulations again, Jack. You too, Sherry. Thank you, Ευχαριστώ, Fanamanderit, for everything you've done for me, for all of us, and for our field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike and Kathleen, for this presentation. And perhaps you have questions or comments for Kathleen, for Mike, or maybe for Jack or Sherry. So Michaela is here. She has the microphone. Please just raise your hands, and she'll be happy to give you the chance to make a comment or ask a question. There's also an opportunity maybe for you to, comment on your relationship or memories with Jack. So everybody's very impressed by you, Jack, obviously. So I would ask a question. How was Mike Galati in the field?
Thank you. Thanks, Michaela. And thank you, Kathleen. That was, I've heard you speak twice about me now in the last couple of weeks, and that was completely different. And I appreciate the enormous effort that it took to compose your presentation this morning. And Mike, too, brought back so many memories, things that I'd forgotten. I obviously I remember the song, but I don't think I could repeat the lyrics. And thanks to Rob Schoen for having preserved them. And I guess now they're preserved for all eternity. But I do want to correct you on one issue, Mike. You said that my goal was to train. How did you put it? To train young people in how to run projects themselves. What you didn't really realize that I lacked confidence that I actually knew what I was doing. So by involving so many people in the project, you included, it was a way of spreading the responsibility and potentially the failure among more, and the blame. But I'm glad that you took so much away from it, and I'm extremely proud of your continuing efforts in Albania and now in Kosovo. So faleminderit shumë for that. What else, Sherry? Oh, Sherry wanted to explain what we were all doing with our shirts pulled up over our heads. I think we were, as I remember, there wasn't as much drinking, we weren't near the sea and we weren't near the beach at Romanu. And for those who aren't familiar with this, Romanu Beach, where we used to go, is now the site of Costa Navarino, the finest resort in the entirety of the Mediterranean. So you can't repeat what we did now. And Sherry, do you want to explain the,
No.
Please do.
No, I mean, that's the most ridiculous picture that we've seen, but I don't know how we got bamboozled into doing the warrior song, was it? Muzaffar was behind that, and it was absolutely essential that we participate in the Albanian custom. So there you have it, we did it.
And we'd be remiss not to thank our many co-directors in these projects. One of the things that Sherry and I are extremely proud of now in Pylos is that when you go to the museum on Friday, you'll see a movie in which we say that we're proud that we have had 16 different nationalities participate in the project in Pylos. I think this summer we're going up a couple, and it's not only a great interdisciplinary project, but a very international, inter-ethnic and international project with people from multiple continents even, as well as throughout the European Union who have participated in it. And our collaborations with our Greek colleagues in the various laboratories, the various universities have already been mentioned, and at the various research institutions in Greece are something that we take great delight in. And particularly in just how much the field's changed since you showed some pictures of a couple of my early articles on petrology and on lead isotope. These were all done in collaboration with foreign labs. And it was largely because there weren't Greek archaeological scientists to collaborate with at that time. Archaeological science in Greece was just taking hold. Today, we work almost entirely and exclusively with scientists here in this country. That's a huge, we take great pleasure in this, and we continue those collaborations this summer at Pylos. So also a big thanks to Eleni Manzouni, who's here today, who was our first collaborator at a Greek university. She had just come from London to the University of Athens. And to our dear friend Stelios Andreou from the Aristotle University in Thessaloniki, who was supposed to originally be part of the Chaos survey, but got drafted and spent the Chaos survey in training camp in Corinth, if I remember correctly, but nonetheless was entirely there in spirit and has always been there in spirit throughout my career. And in Albania, our colleagues, Muzaffer Korkuti, who's just celebrated his 90th birthday last week or 2 weeks ago, and our dear friends, Lawrence Bako and Iris Poyani, who are professors at the University of Tirana, as well as our student, Ols Lafe. We couldn't have done it without you. Blagan himself said that when he was asked about what the secret of his success was, and I'm not sure I have any wisdom at all, but as far as success, Blagan said that that the secret of his success was a lot of luck. He said, lady luck. And in addition to that, the wonderful colleagues that he was been privileged to work with throughout his career. He said that on his acceptance of his gold medal, the first gold medal to be awarded by the Archaeological Institute of America. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack, for covering the discussion time.
Florence, we have a question.
Yeah, there is a question, please.
Hi, I'm Robert Cole, and this is not a question as much as I'd like to publicly thank Jack Davis for making a tremendously important contribution to my career, and that is when he was in Chicago with Aslıhan Yener. Aslıhan had just become the director of the excavations at Tel Achana and ancient Alalakh. And she asked Jack if he could recommend someone to study the Aegean material, because Achana has a lot of Aegean material, especially Mycenaean pottery, and he suggested me. And it was the beginning of a 3 decades-long collaboration between me and Aslıhan, and I just want to thank him so much for thinking of me in that context.
Okay, we'll have plenty of time to express our gratitude and a love to Jack the following days. And I would like to ask Natalie to come and remind some practical information for the following days. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here for logistics. So I have some announcements for the class. Speakers, please, if you have not already, send your PowerPoints to your session chairs. Don't forget that we have a lot of people because everybody loves Jack so much. So we ask you to please work hard to stay at your 15-minute timing. Session chairs, please don't forget to be here 30 minutes before the start of events on the day of your session so that we can make sure all the technology is working and all the PowerPoints are uploaded. Okay. As you can see, we would really appreciate it if the speakers and the session chairs at the start of your session, please join us on stage so we can all be here together and we can answer questions that way. The Q&A for each paper will happen in a discussion section at the end of the session, so hold your questions to then. And there also will be enterprising graduate students sort of roaming the audience with mics, so please wait for a mic to ask your question so that everyone here and also everyone online can hear you. And then I also wanted to just remind people that the talks will be recorded, and so if you aren't comfortable with your talk being recorded, please do talk to Florence as soon as you can. There are programs at registration, so when you registered, you should have gotten a program. If you lose your program, don't forget that the program also exists online on the UC website, and you can find the abstracts there as well. There is a link on the back of the program to the website. If you lose the program, I recognize that doesn't work for you. But you can Google University of Cincinnati Aegean Conference, and it'll basically be the first results. More logistics, more exciting logistics. There will be a reception out front of Kotzen at 6:20 tonight after the last discussion session. And then we have a few events, like post-talk events on Wednesday and Thursday. What are days? God. There's a reception for the speakers and the session chairs at the Irish Institute of Hellenic Studies on Wednesday, and on Thursday, the final dinner. If you've registered for the final dinner, or if you're going to the IIHSA, so many letters, Florence will send you the logistics for how to get there, the sort of directions the day before, basically, whatever that event is. I think that is the end of announcements. We now have a break. Great. Go. Sure. We're going to talk to Konstantinos and get back to you. I said we're going to talk to Konstantinos and get back to you about that. Yeah, after the break. Cool? Anything else? Get some coffee. We'll see you soon.
Nice to meet you. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. I met you a long time ago. I gave the keynote. No, the keynote in New York. Okay. That was like 15 years ago. No, but I had a volunteer with that name. When was that?
Yes, Jack was director, and they
Yeah, that was the 1 year I wasn't there. That was the year my daughter was born.
Oh, okay, well, you had a good reason to be there.
No, really? Oh my God. Yeah. When's your anniversary? Oh, that's Odessa's birthday. That's her birthday, my daughter's birthday. I'll remember. Oh, have you? That's a good person to spend it with.
I saved it.
Yeah, nice catch. Of course, no. Oh, thank you so much for making that. And also for the skipper that you gave me. All these things.
I am all scared. It's a multiple copy.
Yeah, strawberry. The cutest thing we ever got. One daughter. And now my wife's still down there. Those are the cutest ones that we get. So I have
impossible to adjust.
Terminal, it's okay.
Leo.
Trouble? Can I ask the speakers for this session to come up?
Sorry.
Oh, thank you so much. Better? Great.
No, y Albert. Okay, sí. We're okay?
Thank you. Hello, if you are a speaker in session 1, please come to the front. Hello, 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 hello. We got to get started with this party for Jack. If you're speaking in this session, please come to the front and sit on the stage with us. And also, just as a couple, because my logistics continue, we have here a the Wi-Fi password. You can scan the QR code, or you can enter the password into your device. And then the other announcement that I have is that tomorrow, if you have an old version of the program, it will tell you, it will lie to you, and it will say that we're starting at 9:15 tomorrow, but we're not. Tomorrow morning we start at 9:30. So that's when the first session tomorrow starts. Okay, so I think that is all for my announcements, and now I'm going to turn it over to our session chair, Robert Laffineur.
Dear colleagues and friends, I imagine that the honor bestowed upon me this morning to chair the first session of the present conference is a way of symbolically and physically marking the transfer of the International Aegean Conferences, Rencontre égéenne Internationale, and of the EGEUM series, which I created exactly 40 years ago at the University of Liège. I'm immensely grateful to the Department of Classics of the University of Cincinnati for taking over the two and thus ensuring their continuity. My thanks go first and foremost to Florence GAIGNEROT, who has conceived the idea of this dual transfer, to Professor Daniel Markovich, department head, and to Jack Davis. They all rose to the challenge, to my great satisfaction, and I'm grateful to them for having chosen the American School of Classical Studies at Athens, the oldest and largest US overseas research center, as the venue of this 21st Rencontre, an essential stop in a country that has revealed the vestiges of its history, which have been the subject of our research for more than 2 centuries. And now I invite Professor Fritz Blackholmer, University of Vienna, the Blackholmer Grapsen at the beginning of every issue of EGEUM, to present a paper on the Mycenaean and Minoan character of the arts of the shaft-grave period in the light of recent finds and research.
Ευχαριστώ, Robert. Αγαπητοί Jack και Sherry, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, let me start with a thought experiment that often comes to my mind when considering the character and origin of many precious burial gifts in shaft graves of Mycenae. How would we classify them if, in the 1870s, Schliemann had been excavating the palace of Knossos, and afterwards, in 1900, Arthur Evans had discovered the shaft graves at Mycenae. I guess that until the time of Weiss and Blegan, the early Mycenaean period would have been labeled as Minoan, and the Cretan origin of the majority of precious items from these elite tombs would be accepted by us even today. It is remarkable that even 1.5 centuries after its discovery, our discussion of the iconography of the shaft grave period is still concentrated on sepulchral contexts such as at Mycenae, Mafion, and other tombs retrieved in the late 19th century. All the more welcome are recent examples such as the finds from the tomb of the Griffin warrior at Pylos. In this brief contribution, I will present some considerations on the subject and give an update of recent studies and finds from this period. In order to avoid a premature categorization of the ethnicity of an artist or craftsperson, my attempt is to focus first on the character of an artistic object, its iconography and style. It is important to note that during the shaft grave period, the arts on the Hellenic mainland and those of Neo-Palatial Crete are positioned on highly unequal levels. A good example for attribution of a Minoan character is the silver warrior crater from shaft grave 4 at Mycenae. This relief frieze presents warriors clad in Minoan dress with Minoan weapons and in poses well known in Cretan imagery, all of which is depicted in Minoan style on a Minoan vessel shape and therefore could be attributed a Cretan origin. Since the sole non-Minoan feature of burial gifts such as this is the find spots on the Greek mainland, one would favor the attribution as an import from Minoan Crete. Nonetheless, an additional question arises. What are we confident that artists or artisans of the shaft grave period were able or capable or willing to produce? Yeah. In contrast to the warrior crater are examples such as the scenes of animal attack on golden plaques of the hexagonal wooden pyxes from shaft grave 5, you see here. Although the iconographic motifs themselves were borrowed from Minoan prototypes, they markedly differ in several aspects from them, most obviously by the enigmatic bull's head added as an isolated inorganic element into the pictorial scene. Here. Without any doubts, they form a highly creative compilation by an obviously non-Minoan craftsperson who was only superficially familiar with Minoan arts. The stone reliefs stela at Mycenae undoubtedly count amongst the autochthonous objects. We must bear in mind that already the presumably earliest examples from grave circle B, see here on top, clearly imitate Minoan pictorial prototypes by combining motifs of animal attack with human figures, an amalgamation of animal struggle and hunting scene. Inconsistencies such as these demonstrate at the same time the aspiration to Minoan iconographic motifs and the remarkable creativity and freedom in using foreign pictorial models from Crete. Besides the spirals and other ornaments expressing the affiliation to the palatial realm of Minoan Crete, the motif of the warrior standing in his chariot and fighting a foot soldier on stelae from grave circle A remains a unique phenomenon. This is despite the existence of contemporary chariot scenes in Neo-Palatial imagery, and we are ignorant of the reason why Minoan motifs alone did not suffice for the rulers of Mycenae. When we move on to the cutout gold foils produced in series, Jan Felsink recently demonstrated that at the time of the shaft graves, mold-made beads and pendants already possessed a long tradition in Crete. The motifs equally exhibit excellent parallels in contemporary Minoan iconography. In other contexts, those of religious ritual and prestige, be it a female figure wearing the Minoan flounced skirt, the type of the Minoan three-parted shrine, or a Pogranion with a double X. Metal inlay work on daggers and vessels is not only known from Mycenae, but also from other sites of the Peloponnesus. The symbolic motifs, as well as the narrative scenes of this so-called painting in metal, are firmly rooted in the Minoan tradition. The sole example known to date from Crete is the inlay dagger with a crouching griffin on each side from the Anatakis plot at Knossos, on top. That comes from a later context and is typologically later in date. Nonetheless, the inlay dagger with a series of golden axes in Copenhagen, here below, published as early as 1881 and said to come from Thera, hardly post-dates LM1A or LH1. When we consider the various shapes of writer in the shaft graves 4 and 5 of Mycenae, Vasilis Petrakis recently emphasized the foreign character of these Minoan ritual vessels on the early Mycenaean mainland. It is difficult to imagine to what extent these ritual tools were used in the original Minoan sense in early Mycenaean Greece. Here, they rather occur as prestige items in burial contexts, whereas this was not the case in contemporary Crete. Therefore, the idea of a decontextualization of Minoan ritual implements such as this appears sound. This would also make the production of these items at Mycenae very improbable. A purely Minoan character is also evidenced by mural painting fragments from early Mycenaean mainland sites. Interesting new evidence of early plaster painting comes from Pylos, especially the fragment from a mixed Middle Hellenic III, Late Hellenic I deposit that shows part of an elaborate rosette motif here on top. In the Argolith, the earliest painted plaster fragments from Mycenae and Tiryns equally appear suddenly and in fully developed form, although this is not really fully developed. Despite their wide absence in earlier periods, seals and signet rings from early Mycenaean burial contexts form the most challenging artistic medium for us, given the fact that especially golden signet rings present largely unique pictorial scenes. Uniqueness, though, by no means implies a non-Minoan character and origin. Amongst the 12 seals from the shaft graves at Mycenae, their motifs firmly stand in the Minoan tradition and reflect the broad spectrum of materials, shapes, techniques, and glyptic styles used in Crete at that time. However, popular motifs of Minoan glyptics, such as quadrupeds, ritual scenes, including female figures, and simple forms of design were strongly underrepresented. Although Minoan seal workshops at Mycenae or anywhere else on the Hellenic mainland at the time cannot be categorically excluded, the range of the glyptic material is remarkably broad and would require a large number of specialists producing only a few examples in perfectly Minoan style, something that is very unlikely. Despite the purely Minoan character and, to my opinion, the import of these seals and golden rings from Crete, the thematic spectrum suggests that a distinct selection was made either by the Mycenaean warrior chiefs themselves or by the Minoan partners of exchange who possibly knew what the rulers at Mycenae expected from them. Excuse me. A special case is the signet ring with hunting scene from shaft grave 4 at Mycenae. Despite its Minoan style, the flying gallop of the horses and the Ikrion-like chariot box, the motif of the hunter with a bow standing in a chariot with a driver forms a traditional motif in the Near East, but is unique in the Aegean. However, singularity and the absence of closer parallels in Crete does not imply a non-Minoan character. The indebtedness of the chariot ring from Mycenae to the Minoan iconography is also supported by the seal impression of a late Minoan I signet ring from Knossos, here, showing a chariot drawn by a pair of griffins that shares with the example from Mycenae the flying gallop and the absence of a chariot pole. Interestingly enough, the fragment of an ivory pyxis with engraved decoration from shaft grave 1 at Mycenae, on top, presents a chariot probably drawn by 1 or 2 griffins, perhaps reminiscent of the sealing motif from Knossos. As mentioned before, the thematic spectrum of the seal images in grave circle A is highly atypical of precious seals and signet rings in contemporary elite burials of Minoan Crete, such as those at Poros Katsambas. I don't know whether this observation has been made already before. Some remarkable convergences between the thematic spectrum of the seals and signet rings from grave circle A at Mycenae and that of the so-called Knossos replica rings from contemporary Crete and Thera, you see here, can be detected. Interestingly, they equally present a selection of subjects that are rather atypical of Minoan seals, and both distinct groups present archetypical heroic pictorial topoi. Here you see a comparison of both thematic clusters. It is perhaps no coincidence that bull-leaping scenes are completely absent at Mycenae. Although one could argue that the presence of lions in both groups is coincidental, this is very unlikely in the case of two other subjects, chariot and fighting scenes, both of which are very infrequent in Neobaratial Ecliptic when compared to other motifs. The examples from Mycenae therefore somewhat correspond to this unusual selection of the thematic repertoire, which was of highest significance in the Cnossian administration at that time. In contrast, this thematic spectrum mostly differs from that of other early Mycenaean elitist tombs, thus possibly underlining a special relationship on the level of an iconography of power between the palatial rulers at Knossos and those at Mycenae by the period of grave circle A. Nonetheless, we do not know by what mechanisms individual seals reached individual mainland sites and barriers. Interestingly enough, the four signet rings from the tomb of the Griffin warrior at Pylos, as with the seal stones published thus far, show pictorial subjects that contrast with those at Mycenae, scenes of bull leaping and ritual subjects that probably even exceed the religious sphere. As the inscribed ivory scepter here, recently found in Anitakis plot at Knossos, demonstrates the objects held by the seated goddess on ring number 4 at Pylos and on a seal stone in Berlin, and perhaps on a mural painting fragment from Maya Triada, you see here, were not a mirror, but something of major symbolic significance. Amongst the ecliptic material from early Mycenaean mainland sites, we hardly find any attempts at experimentation. As I proposed a couple of years ago, the lentoid seal with boar hunt from Baffior in the center could form an exception due to some stylistic peculiarities. The unusual bent position of the hunter, the schematic rock work, and other aspects constitute non-Minoan elements and remind us of indigenous iconographic features, for example, on the relief stelae at Mycenae. A brief observation on the warrior agate seal from Pylos that clearly is related to the Minoan artistic tradition. The unusually elongated outer legs of the warriors and other disproportions of the figures may indicate that the concept of this pictorial scene originated in another format and was transformed into the less suitable amygdaloid seal shape. At least this iconographic motif obviously was not invented by a seal engraver for this seal stone. Instead, this pictorial motif originated in a rectangular format, which is indicated in this sketch, and not necessarily at Pylos on any other mainland site. To conclude, without any doubt, the appropriation of the Minoan iconographic tradition became a significant strategy of early Mycenaean rulers as a legitimizing tool. In the sector of arts, Minoanness was an important attitude, a means of social competition, as well as an indicator of status and power of the local elites at early Mycenaean mainland sites. However, I strongly suspect that during the shaft grave periods, Minoan art always remained somewhat foreign to the people on the Greek mainland. The character of the Minoanizing iconography on autochthonous objects clearly illustrates that instead of a circulation of knowledge, we are confronted merely with a circulation of objects. Although the possibility of a large number of Cretan-rooted artists resident at Mycenae cannot be excluded, several considerations make this assumption appear less probable. With regard to the position of Mycenae in the sector of arts, we gain the impression that the warrior chiefs at this center adopted a position which in part contrasted to that of other centers of the Hellenic mainland, and this started already by the early shaft-grave period. In addition to the extensive import of precious objects from palatial Crete, artists or artisans at the site were highly creative in actively imitating and freshly combining Minoan iconographic elements in different artistic media. Not only does this selectivity of Minoan artistic subjects seem to have been the most frequent at Mycenae, but the stone relief stele grave circle A also attests to an iconographic inventiveness. Although Minoan imports to and influences on early regions such as Messenia are considerable as well, these observations point to a special relationship between Minoan Crete and Mycenae's privileged position towards Knossos. Thank you.
Livia Morgan, but unfortunately was not able to come. She asked me to give you the following message. I'm very sad not to be with you all today. Bronchitis struck at precisely the wrong time, but I sent my warmest wishes and congratulations to Jack and with you, and wish you a wonderful week at the celebratory event. I'm grateful to Clary Palivu for accepting to read my paper. Clary, please.
Greetings, everyone. Livia talking. I'm so sorry not to be with you. We are very sorry too, dear Livia. But I'm most grateful to Clary for stepping in to read my paper. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this celebration in honor of Jack. And thank you to Jack and Shari for their exemplary publications on the spectacular finds from the Griffin warrior grave at Pylos. Today, I'd like to focus on the structure of the combat agate and the ivory lid with the lion and griffin, their morphology and syntax. Mutually significant for the burial of the warrior, the bodies of the protagonists act as gestures, communicating meaning within the structure of the spatial field. The images I'm showing are enlarged for good visibility. The combat agate is a miniature masterpiece. Reading from the original and its drawing as published, there being no evidence that the seal was ever stamped, the victor, sword in right hand, approaches from the left, his adversary from the right, while the body of the vanquished lies below. Heroic status is demonstrated by the naked torso, necklace, wrist seal, and sword of the victor, in contrast to the adversary's armor and spear, which ought to have, but have not, protected him. But structure also tells the story. Within the amygdaloid shape, the victor is defined by centrality of action, with head, raised arm, and sword at center top. He literally has the upper hand. His arms, delivering the blow and grabbing the plumes, his leg positions, raised heel, and forward impetus of his torso all express the tenuous effort to attack. That it is precisely in the moment is expressed through movement, defined by the flowing locks, up-tilted scabbard, and raised heel. The fatal blow is delivered through the energy of bodily motion. In contrast, his adversary is lower, twisting as he collapses, yet with feet rooted to the ground. His is passive action, the recipient of the energy expended by the victor. To express the moment of impending defeat, the adversary still holds the spear and has clearly missed his target. Through the device of divergent overlapping, the vanquished figure sprawling beneath the victor is symbolically trampled, right arm behind the near leg of the victor, legs in front of the victor's far leg. Again, the artist has captured a moment in time. This is not a dead, but a dying man, falling, torso twisted, one leg on the ground, one lifted, arm above head. His empty hands with curled fingers express his helpless defeat. Sword and scabbard lie beneath his arm and leg respectively. They fell first. The trope of striding hero with arm raised, aiming his weapon, has been compared by several scholars to the smiting gesture of the Egyptian king, in which the ruler defeats his enemies. The trope has a long history in Egypt, at first with feet grounded and body upright, then in more active form, the king leaning forward, heel raised as he lifts his weapon high and clutches the hair of the falling foe. Significantly, the pectoral from Dashur with the smiting pharaoh in mirror image is one of a pair, the other depicting two griffins wearing the headdress of divine power, the metaphoric king also conquering falling foes. Significantly, this analogy reappears on the axe of Harmose from the tomb of Amenhotep, here in juxtaposition. Above, the smiting king, below, a griffin in Aegean idiom, with the appellation beloved of Montu, the god of war. In the Aegean, the trope is known only from glyptic art. Unlike the pharaoh, whose arm is raised high, the Aegean warrior hero aims his weapon towards the neck of his adversary. On the battle in the Glen ring from Mycenae, there's confusion of weapons, but the adversary falls to one knee, just as in the Egyptian images. Meanwhile, the figure with shield and spear and the falling figure with curled hand are comparable elements to those of the combat agate, albeit with less finesse. The closest parallel to the combat agate is this gold bead seal from shaft grave 3 at Mycenae. In both, dominance is indicated by the upper hand thrust of the hero's sword, occupying the central position of the pictorial field, while active movement is indicated by flowing hair, up-tilted scabbard, and raised heel. The adversary is again lower, slightly bent back, with the same type of shield and similar helmet, and his spear again passes behind the hero, missing its intended mark. Did I change it? Yes? One more? All right. What is remarkable is that this bead seal is one of a pair. The other has a hero, dressed differently, but again in smiting pose, directing his raised sword towards his adversary, in this case, a lion. It's no easy win. The lion has one paw around the hero's waist, the other to his thigh, while his jaws clamp onto the hero's shoulder. Rather than being lower than the hero, the lion is marginally taller. The central top position is occupied not by the hero's head and weapon, but by the lion's mane, while the hero's sword is relegated to the left. These subtle differences distinguish the superior power of the hierarchic standing of the warrior hero from that of the lion hunter, while signaling the difficulty of the lion combat, in which either side could potentially win. Yet, the posture here, leg back, arm raised with weapon, provides such a clear parallel with the companion warrior's seal that despite the lion's jaws, one senses the potential victory of man. One more? I'm sorry. I can't see this. Like the smiting pharaoh, warrior heroes have specific directionality and posture in their aggressive action, canonical in their expression of power. Lion hunters have more leeway. The warrior hero is almost exclusively on the left, while lion hunters approach from either left or right. For consistency here, I've reversed the drawings of the impressions to match the originals. Similarly, warrior heroes, like the pharaoh, have a straight back leg with heel slightly raised. Whereas the lion hunter sometimes has a bent and raised leg. This is the swift running mode of the hunter. Compare the legs of the hunters on the ivory cuts above this and those of men in the hand frieze from Tel el Daba. While the hunter's raised leg implies swift action, it simultaneously distinguishes the protagonist from the warrior hero. The trope of smiting victor, falling and fallen foe, most likely originated on Crete, where there are variations on the theme as well as variability in how to read them from the original or from the impression. But what do we make of the unique ring impression on the left? The hero, wearing a necklace, is in smiting pose, torso bent forward, head and arm at center top, weapon aimed at the adversary's head. All features of the warrior hero. But he has his back leg raised, a feature that applies to the hunter, and his adversary runs away like prey. This is a hunt, an elite manhunt. Structural differences, directionality, centrality, limb positions, communicate meaning and indicate hierarchy within the social system. With the hero and lion, there is an element of uncertainty in the outcome, something that is never the case with the warrior hero and his adversary, which brings us to the complicated issue of combats between lions and griffins. The ivory lid from the griffin warrior's grave belongs to a pyxis which also shows a lion and griffin, but was found shattered and is currently being conserved. Into the oval space of the lid, the bodies of the protagonists are interlocked. The griffin is horizontal, beak pointing the way, wing raised. The lion, in contrast, is twisted with body beneath the griffin and head above. His luxuriant mane follows the curve of the lid, overlapped by the griffin's beak and front paw. His mouth clamps onto the griffin's neck. This bite to the neck, the coup de grace, signals to us that the lion is defeating the griffin. Yet there is complementary in the protagonist's attack. And we sense, as in the gold seal from Mycenae, that the lion's bite is not inevitably fatal. Within the image, there is an element of ambiguity. Look at the entanglement of legs. The lions curl up to encompass the griffin's body in an antagonistic embrace, while the griffin steps onto the hind parts of the lion with his foreleg over the lion's thigh. The lion attacks, but is underneath the griffin, whose beak touches the lion's neck. The two are interlocked in a centrifugal battle. Though almost circular in form, there is a clear right way up. Turn the lid the other way, and the interlocked forms make little sense, as the griffin's head would be upside down. A default orientation is not necessarily the case with the theme on seals. Take the carnelian seal found in the same grave. The circularity of the lentoid form invites rotation. As published, the griffin is underneath, wings spread either side of its neck, beak pointing up to the lion's belly. The lion is on top, twisted, following the curve of the seal, jaws on the griffin's wing. Is the lion triumph, or are they mutually attacking? Lion biting the wing, griffin striking the belly? Turn the seal the other way up, and the lion is underneath, and the griffin has the upper hand, or rather beak. The same principle applies to a seal, now in Berlin, published with the griffin on top, beak to back, lion below, head to neck, interpretable as griffin attacking lion. Turn it round, and it matches the orientation of the Griffin warrior seal as published, interpreted as lion attacking griffin. Some seals, like the lid, have a clear orientation that doesn't lend itself to rotation. On the Aegean ceiling above, a griffin attacks the neck of a lion, but note how the lion twists its head back towards the griffin's crest. On the seal below, a griffin attacks the neck of a lion with its beak, while the lion attacks the griffin's neck. A second lion below appears to flee, just as on the pillar's lid. The griffin is horizontal and the lion's body is underneath, his head above. But who is attacking whom? Is the ambiguity we sense in these scenes a matter of our perception, or were the artists encapsulating the complementarity of the lion and the griffin in the iconographic and no doubt mythic imagination? Did I change it? This exceptional wooden lid found at Saqqara is divided into 4 compartments, one animal in each, a griffin and a lion, each hunting an ungulate. The circularity of the lid invites rotation, but there are only 2, not 4, right ways up, griffin as hunter or lion as hunter. They are parallel in action and intention. But let's for a moment experiment by separating their forms from the context of the implied hunt. The lion twists its body round, following the curve of the outer edge of the lid. The griffin is horizontal, beak leading the way. With the lion underneath and the griffin on top, the disposition of the two is strikingly similar to that of the pillar's lid. Both demonstrate the analogy of predatorial power. On the wooden lid, the creatures are separate but paralleled in action. On the ivory lid, the creatures are conjoined in an eternal circularity of combat. While the one places the creatures within the recognizable world of the hand, the other transports them into a scene of reciprocal combat. In what was surely a mythic realm. To conclude, combat between warriors or between man and lion are heroic themes, analogous in fundamental meaning. Both go for the jungular, though the victor is more definitely signaled in the case of the warrior hero than the lion hunter. This reflects both human hierarchy and the predatory supremacy of the lion, the conquest of whom is indeed a heroic feat. In the case of combats between lion and griffin, the protagonists are equal in power, with parallel symbolic roles. Yet they fight, locked in eternal battles that seem to have no resolution. Occasionally, the lion appears to have the advantage. More often, it is the griffin, but neither dies. Unlike the falling and trampled human foes of warriors, neither griffin nor lion lies dead or dying at the feet of the other. This parallelism of power is expressed through the circulatory of the combat, in which below and above are variable, and jaws and beak are reciprocal weapons. The connection between lions and griffins with elite warriors is specifically expressed through imagery on ceremonial weapons, in which their symbolic power is linked to the hilt held by the warrior or the antagonistic blade with which he kills. The connection between lions and griffins with elite warriors. Sorry, I think I read that. But what of the ivory pyxis lid and the seals? Are there stories embedded in these images of men, lions, and griffins? Can we see contrasting identities in the combats? Possibly. But images speak for themselves through their structure and the disposition of their protagonists within the spatial field, their morphology and syntax. Hierarchic difference between warrior heroes and lion hunters is revealed not simply through their apparel, but through subtle differences in pictorial structure. Likewise, the comparability of power between lions and griffins is demonstrated no matter which is seen as triumphant, by the syntax of their intertwined bodies. In the human arena, elite warrior heroes symbolically conquer their foes, while hunters become heroes through metaphorical challenges with lions. In the realm of the other, lions and griffins are mutually powerful, at times paralleled in their hunting prowess, at times with one or the other attacking, at times locked in an eternal struggle of mythic proportions. Thank you. Thank you, Jack and Sherry, for the Griffin Warrior, and thank you to Clary for stepping in at the last minute to read my paper. Thank you.
First of all, we would like to express our deepest thanks to the organizers for inviting us to present a paper in this conference dedicated to our dear colleague and my best friend, American friend, Jack Davis. In the limited time of this, I can't, I have to promise. I'm short, what can I do? In the limited time of this presentation, an attempt will be made to discuss the archaeological data, zooarchaeological and iconographic, regarding the wild fauna of prehistoric Cyprus. Contrasts are made to the domesticated animals in order to better understand the role and place of fauna in the economy, society, and ideology of the island. Given the thematic nature of the topic, the examination of the evidence is diachronic and covers a very wide span from the Epipaleolithic to the end of the Bronze Age. Inevitably, the presentation is structured in chronological order. From the few Epipaleolithic sites on the island, the best known is Site E, a rock shelter at Acroteria Aetokremnos. Movable finds include a very large number of bone belonging to pygmy hippopotami and dwarf elephants, to one wild boar and to other smaller-sized wild animals, such as the genet and the endemic mice. The latter is not only local, but it has remarkably survived until today. The shrew, snake, and bat are also present in the Aetokremnos record. Initial Aceramic period, or Cypro-PPNA subsistence, was based on hunting and the wild boar, and then on migrant birds. Dogs and cats were introduced from the Levant, the latter probably to control both endemic and newly introduced house mice. The earlier ceramic or Cypro-PPNA-B zooarchaeological finds include the introduction of fallow deer and the fox. The goat was also introduced as domesticated, but it then became feral to be re-domesticated at the end of the period. Other non-domesticated species are reptiles, mice, and cats. The indigenous type of wild boar was also gradually domesticated into pig. Chilurokabos is a very important site because it features the introduction of cattle and sheep. However, the former became extinct at the end of the period, together with dogs. The formal burial of a cat at the site indicates that cats may have been close to domestication. Finally, there is a serpentinite figurine the head of a hybrid human and a feline creature, and an unidentified quadruped. This evidence suggests that people had also started to form complex relations with animals. Later ceramic Neolithic Chirokitia is the best known settlements of Cyprus. Wild fauna is represented by the deer and the fox, plus mice and the shrew. The main domesticated species of the time were goats, sheep, pigs, and cats. There are also 2 stone animal protoms. Their interpretation as a lioness and snake, respectively, is problematic. It is best to assume that whichever the exact species, these would inevitably be able to refer to different animals. The sites of ceramic Neolithic have brought to light zooarchaeological remains of a few deer and mainly of domesticated animals. Feral sheep and goats also existed. There are almost no animal figurines and few figurines in general from this period, with the exception of a possible turtle from the site of Paralimni Nisya at the east of the island. The Chalcolithic zooarchaeological record shows a refreshed interest in animal hunting, mainly fallow deer and then feral ovicaprids. The former may even total 45 to 75% of the animal bone assemblages. The latter also include cats and microfauna and testify to the reintroduction of the dog, probably as part of the interest in hunting. The production of figurines, mostly of stone and then clay, flourished. Notwithstanding the predominance of the human form, for example, the well-known cruciform picrolite figurines, there are also a few unidentified quadrupeds. The so-called centaur from the cemetery of Souskiou Vathikakas is an interesting hybrid creature. Another possible stone hybrid comes from Souskiou Laona with human body but animal head. There seems to be a Chalcolithic lack of interest in zoomorphic art. There is apparently a significant number and different types of sites dating to the Bronze Age. The wild fauna is mostly represented by deer bones in small quantities and also by the fox, the weasel, the hedgehog, the rock mouse, and the endemic shrew. Expectedly, emphasis shifted on domestic animals. Cattle were reintroduced. Equids, horses, and donkeys were also introduced. Dogs remain present. Cattle, ovicaprid, and pig bones are dominant. Animals were also butchered and consumed in funerary rituals. Additionally, there is scarce and doubtful evidence about the presence of camel, a domesticated but rare and exotic presence. The iconography of Bronze Age Cyprus demonstrates a significant variability in the animal repertoire. Therefore, the representation of animals in the various categories of art follows a chronological order. Ox, donkey, deer, snake, and wild sheep, incised, relief, or plastic motifs are found on early and middle Cypriot pottery vessels. A couple of vessels from Vounous, Belapais, feature incised wild sheep heads with human bodies, either human-animal hybrids or human dressed in animal skins and heads. Many animal-shaped figurines include domesticated animals like oxen, donkeys, pigs, or less frequently dogs, along with a very limited number of wild pigs and deer and questionable camels. Middle Cypriot 2 to 3 white-painted animal figurines, mostly oxen and then deer, are very limited. A distinct category of early and middle Cypriot iconography regards clay models and plastic scenes on vases. They depict daily and religious life. Shrine models indicate the cult of the bull and the snake, perhaps related to fertility and chthonic deities, respectively. Early and Middle Cypriot art depicted mostly domesticated and to a lesser extent wild animals, such as snake, wild sheep, and deer. These tendencies may be connected to the steady socio-economic evolution of Cypriot societies, namely the emergence of pre-urban centers and to specific ritual beliefs. The emphasis on the heads of animals, mostly bull and deer, either as protoms on vessels and models or as cranial and horn parts in tombs, suggest the animals may have been perceived in an individualized manner. During the Late Bronze Age, Cyprus was integrated in the international milieu of this era, fostering contacts with all its neighbors. In the large urban centers of the island, a variety of art categories developed. Apart from pottery, metal, ivory, faience work, jewelry, and silk production made their appearance. The iconography is thematically enriched regarding also the fauna. Especially in the 14th, 13th, and 12th centuries BC, a common iconographic vocabulary in the broader Eastern Mediterranean area, the so-called international style, is observed. The most popular themes are presented by a medium below. The presentation of the most important examples of the late Cypriot period starts with the so-called pictorial style pottery. The dominant animals are the bull and the horse, less frequently the goat, and very rarely the hedgehog. In the local pottery production, there are only a few snake relief motifs on the body of base ring jugs. It seems that the snake survives diachronically on the island. Pithoi, with a rare stamped decoration, feature scenes of hunting wild animals from a chariot, the clash between men and lions or griffins, or the lineup of fully equipped warriors facing lions. Similar decorative themes are encountered in ivory mirror handles, exhibiting fights between a warrior and either a lion or a griffin, as well as a lion attacking a bull. The ivory pyxis from Enkomi depicts another hunting scene of bulls and goats. The composition also includes dog and lions. Such scenes, either real or mythological, are found in various versions in the East Mediterranean and the Aegean, and were part of a common established elite tradition. Metal objects are rarely decorated with isolated lions. In a few cases, lions combined with deer, bulls, and griffins on bronze stands of the 12th century BC, and also representation of boars and wild birds, including hawks, are also rare. Seals, mostly cylinder seals, local or imported, were frequently decorated with animals. One motif is the lion associated with other animals, human or divine figures, and sometimes with hybrid creatures. These cylinder seals usually blend elements from both the Aegean and the East. Cylinder seals were either imported from the Near East and recut in Cyprus, or local products adopted foreign iconographic elements. Locally made conoid seals also feature seated bulls, birds, lions, and goats. Seal iconography may be related with the Cypriot local elite, which copied themes with the aim of consolidating their status and power. The different late Cypriot artistic media show that the lion, in its various iconographic versions, remained the most popular wild animal. Its popularity is only matched by the bull, which is domestic and still very powerful. The monkey, a particularly favored subject in Minoan, Theban, and Egyptian art, is almost absent from Cyprus, with only one ambiguous clay figurine from Engomi. Finally, it is worth noting the exceptional silver complex of a stag with a Hittite god on its back from Agios Dimitrios Kalavassos. Conclusions. In conclusion, wild animals appear in the zooarchaeological record of the early prehistoric period up to and including the Chalcolithic phase. They have a steady presence even after the emergence of sedentism. All at the same time, representations are very few and mostly of unclear identification. Figurines may have been rather generic animal representations. Wild animal remains decrease in the zooarchaeological record from the Bronze Age. Art, in contrast, shows an increased interest in the depiction of animals. During the early and middle Cypriot periods, the Cypriots portrayed domestic animals, useful in domestic life, and only a few wild species, such as the snake, the deer, and the wild sheep. Curiously enough, they avoid to depict hunting, even though this did not only provide them with food, but it would also be seen as a sport or game. When Cyprus, during the late Cypriot times, broadens its horizon and participates in the cosmopolitan world of the Eastern Mediterranean, more animal themes enrich its artistic repertoire. Bull still is the most domestic dominant animal, followed by the horse. However, the wild animal which is represented in almost every artistic medium is the lion, either alone or in various combinations with human figures, fantastic creatures, as well as other animals. Artifacts with lions have been made mostly of valuable raw materials, local bronze and frequently exotic ivory and gold. The objects themselves had an exceptional use and a special meaning. It is for the first and for a long time that hunting scenic compositions with clear ideological symbolism are represented. Lions, hunts, and horse-drawn chariots have obvious connections with the artistic elite vocabulary of the Mycenaean world, notwithstanding their Eastern affinities. Iconography turned from the genre of the earlier periods to socially meaningful symbolism and elite display. It is interesting to point out that in the following early Iron Age, in the iconography of Cyprus, local animals as goats, bulls, birds, and fish exhibit a powerful comeback. It is probably a temporary return after the island's tight embrace with the international spirit which characterized the late Cypriot period. And since I have presented this paper, I'm very willing, to step aside and let the stronger and younger ones take my place. I mean Yorgos. Thank you very much.
Now we'll proceed to the discussion. We have not much work since we will be discussing only two papers. Since Livia Morgan is not here, it wouldn't be fair to ask questions with her not able to answer. So we begin with Fritz Black-Kolmar. Are there questions on Mycenaeus versus Minoan? Yes. John Bennett.
Question. We talk about Mycenaeans and Minoans, and I know we all recognize that those are etic modern terms for those two cultures, but I think we often over-reify the distinction Because clearly Mycenae and other places on the mainland are in contact with people in Minoan Crete throughout the early part of the Late Bronze Age. So I guess what I'm slightly struggling with is to understand the nature of the context in which these objects are both created and consumed on the mainland.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, John. Yes, this is the reason why I prefer talking about a Minoan character, whatever that means, with regard to the person, to the individual person, and a non-Minoan character. And defining the non-Minoan Mycenaean character is very difficult, of course. So, for instance, yesterday I went to the Agora Museum looking for a good old find for the ivory pyxis with griffins, dated to late Hellenic 3A1. The motifs of the individual figures are totally Minoan, standing in Neopalatial tradition, but the composition, the unique relief style, was not continued at all, is so un-Minoan and non-Mycenaean, but it's Mycenaean in fact. We should not forget that I have the impression that in this individual case of early Mycenaean art and iconography, learning is not a unidirectional way of 4 years, 5 years, or several generations. It's a harking back to Minoan models, to Minoan motifs, and it's much more difficult to define Mycenaean iconography, Mycenaean styles, than to talk about Minoan iconography of late Minoan 1.
Thanks. Tom Palaima.
Thank you very much. A brilliant paper and a good first question. I would like to bring this down to the personal level. I have strong reasons, and I was at an Onassis conference 17 years ago or so. I really think that the Linear B scribes at the destruction phase, the last destruction phase, that the craft of writing was probably kept inside of Minoan families. And I have strong reasons to argue that point. So what I'm wondering is, how do you imagine this working on the human level? In other words, are the Mycenaean rulers acquiring, and we have plenty of evidence for this from Near Eastern texts, one king loaning craftspeople to another king, and in some points, there's one famous text I remember where the first king asks for the guy back, and the king in the other city says, no, he's happy here, we've put him out on a nice estate, and so forth. Is there any way that you can get down to the personal level of that? In other words, if you have the Mycenaeans using Minoan craftspeople, at what point does a pressure, do the kings say, well, I would like a different style? I mean, do you have any speculation about the personal side? Let me just stop there.
For a lot of speculations, of course, but I don't want to talk about speculations. I think there are many possibilities, but we also have to bear in mind that in general we're talking about the objects inside the tombs and what remains visible to a broader audience afterwards for several hundred years perhaps is an iconography which is very strange, which is very non-Minoan in character, combining different Minoan elements, and this was visible to the public audience. Let's say this is Mycenaean. No Minoan explained these misconceptions using marine rockwork, framing hunting scene and other real misunderstandings. It's not the finding of a new tradition, Mycenaean tradition or whatever, these are purely misunderstandings of Minoan pictorial formulae, Minoan pictorial rules. You have seen the spiral network starting at the left side. At the right side, you arrive with a narrow space, some signs of improvisation. So let's say this is Mycenaean art at that time and even 150 years later. As I told before, it's not a question of learning, of the possibility of learning of individual artists or craftsmen, but what we want to present, something that looks somewhat Minoan. This is my opinion to this very crucial question.
Other questions?
It's just a follow-up to what you just said. I was wondering, at what point do you think they thought of it as specifically, like, it's Mycenaean, but it looks Minoan? Or were they like, no, this is what it looks like. We've been doing it 150 years. Like, at what point do you think it sort of becomes Mycenaean for Mycenaeans? Does that make sense?
I didn't understand your question, talking about the 150 years.
Yeah, like
exactly.
the iconography is circulating and being viewed over a long period of time. So at what point do you think, or do you think there is a point where people stop seeing it as somehow connected with Crete and they start thinking, oh no, this is just what we do. This is a Mycenaean style, without noticing that there's a connection, some specific connection to Crete? Maybe? I don't know.
I don't like very much this model of us and the others, and us against the others. So Mycenaean doesn't mean non-Minoan. Mm-hmm. I rather believe the opposite was the case.
Mm. Okay.
This was only a 15 minutes paper.
Yeah, no, I
so
know. Fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me follow up again, and again, I'm in no way, shape, or form a visual artist, scholar. We do have these statements that, for example, that the region of Messenia and even Laconia show a heavy Minoan influence, right? Even in state formation, the period of state formation and so forth. And people can correct me. But so then what does that mean? So I think the last question was, is there a stage at which, for example, in the shaft graves, that they are cognizant of the fact that the art is, for want of a better term, connected to the high palatial cultures of Crete, and then at what point do you get this? You get a production that's using, and to a degree, even misunderstanding Minoan motifs, right? The question cannot be without some kind of, at some point, even a period of transition or a turning point, or is it or isn't it?
Thank you.
I don't want to.
The last question.
Yeah, it's not a question. I think let's not get caught up in our nomenclature, Mycenaean and Minoan. What's going on at Pylos is what's going on at Pylos. Pylos's connections with Crete, or Laconia's connections with Crete, are very problematic issues. What's happening at Mycenae is happening at Mycenae in a context of the Argolid, maybe parts of the Corinthia, maybe not. And it's a process that has a long transition from the Middle Bronze Age into the Late Bronze Age. We get into phases like LH1 or LH2A. There's a huge difference between those two, and there's a huger difference between LH2A and LH2B. And if you're working in Crete, you're looking at Cnossian pottery being distributed to other palatial sites, but there are also local productions. The Messorah, for example, is often a world of its own. If you're working at Mitru, you've got a chariot running down the middle of the site in LH1. when you look at each one of these as issues of local or glocal, as Joseph Moran has pointed out, transformations, you need to take each one individually and accept that there are many different trajectories that are going on in this period that Joseph Moran has called one of structural change, from MH3 to 3 down into LH2. And Nikos Papadimitriou has shown us, when we look at the incredible innovations and variety of tomb construction during that period, it's really a period of no rules, but of innovation. It's pre-palatial. And so then we need to think about what's this social structure that's going on. These are kin groups, and mainland kin groups are of a different order from Cretan kin groups. But when you go look at what's happening at Knossos in terms of burial constructions from LM1 or MM3 to LM1 to LM2, then you see also a dramatic change in a community that's clearly cosmopolitan, where there's lots of people from different places, refugees from Akrotiri, for example, mainlanders who are circulating, not leaving a lot of evidence, except when you look at the tomb constructions. Sorry to go on about this, but this paper, these first two papers, raise fascinating questions from an iconographic point of view, but they have to be contextualized in the extremely complex web of interactions that are developing throughout central and southern Greece, in the islands, and in different regions of Crete, also in different areas where there's a lot of evidence of internecine and interkinship rivalry and contacts. So I know I'm giving a lecture. It's too complicated, though, to answer simply. And it's a great question because it's raised by both of these papers, and it's also raised by the last paper because you have a break between Middle Cypriot and Late Cypriot. And my question would be, do you mean Late Cypriot 1 or Late Cypriot 2? Because there's a big difference. If it's the 15th century, then it's directly addressed to the previous two papers. If you say that it's fascinating that you put the Middle Cypriot period in one of clearly Cypriot traditions, and the transition period from Middle Cypriot to Late Cypriot is probably, in my view, probably happening a little later, but I don't know the answer to that. I did have a question, and I'm going to stop.
Thank you. We'll proceed to the last paper on the domestic fauna, wild and domestic fauna from prehistoric Cyprus. Are there questions? Yes.
I had a question. You have the lion as a wild animal. Is there any evidence that lions were living on Crete? Cyprus, rather. What does the significance of that mean? I mean, and how do these relate to their actual experience, or is this motifs that they're importing from other cultures and other iconography?
Okay. There is no zooarchaeological record that includes lion bones. So the experience of lions may have been either through travels to other places, or they were imagining them, or had been hearing about them, or they had just been, as you said, copying art that they had seen. And actually, the cylinder seals are a testimony to copying and refashioning, because several of them have been recut on Cyprus. They were imported and then recut in the local style, which is why we argue that the lion was probably a kind of an attempt to to display status by reference to something really exotic and perhaps not even encountered.
Another question?
I object to calling it blind. It's almost mythological. Just to make that clear, that's why I'm objecting to calling lions wild, either here or in Greece. I mean, on Cyprus or in Greece, because they've sort of become mythological in a lot of ways, or something that they only know about indirectly, rather than a wild animal that they're living with, like a deer, or something like that.
Lions do belong to the animal world, and I would certainly not call them domestic. So, fantastic or not, they're still wild fauna.
Another question?
Well, thank you for this very interesting lecture. Just a question. Why did you write? I'm very much interested in the fact that you wrote camel with a question mark. And since we know that in the second millennium for transporting trade objects they were using donkeys, and that camel was used in the first millennium up to now, I'm very much interested if you have particular evidence that made you write this animal with a question mark. Do you have evidence or some thoughts on its existence earlier?
There's a vague reference in, if I'm not mistaken, Ein and Jestad's studies in prehistoric Cyprus about possible camel bones found in prehistoric tombs. Unfortunately, these bones have never been retrieved wherever they were stored. He was very clear that they may have belonged to camels, but if you don't have the actual remains, you cannot be certain about them. Hence the question mark. Then Desmond Morris, when he studied and published his own collection, he referred to a couple of quadrupeds as possible camels, probably linking them to Yerstad's vague reference about bones. Up to there. Yes, it is a very problematic issue, hence the question mark.
Okay, thank you.
One last question. Nobody? So I thank you very much for having kept to 15-minute limits. Maybe we are 5 minutes more, but it's not such an importance, okay? And I think that we meet at 3 o'clock here. Yes, at 3 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
With a remote control. It's going to be on the screen and you will be able to. So you just.
everybody. Welcome back. Please take your seats. We're about to begin session 2. I don't want to clap in the mic. Welcome back. We're in session 2 about iconography. We're going to start. Our first talk is by Marisa Marthari, Emerita Director of the Effort of the Cyclades. And I'm just going to turn it over to her. Marisa, we welcome you.
Okay. Good evening. The topic of my presentation today, iconographic correlations between acrotheory-referent pylons and the transmission of artistic concepts in the Aegean, is intended as a tribute to my friend Jack, whose scholarly career has been closely connected with both the Cyclades and the Peloponnese. Jack and I first met many years ago in the Blagin Library when we were both very young archaeologists working on pottery imported from mainland Greece to Akrotiri and Aegean. Perhaps it was a sign of things to come, because at some point, mainland Greece and Pylos in particular won him over, since that was where, without his knowing it, the Griffin warrior was waiting for him with his precious gifts. The rocks on the Cyclades, however, are not easily forgotten. Here you see Jack Atishari on the rocky summit of Kastri, Syros, sometime in the late 90s, when they came to visit me long before I began excavating there myself. Akrotiri, Syra, and Pylos are two major Aegean sites whose excavations have contributed and continue to contribute some of the most remarkable chapters to the corpus of Aegean iconography. At Akrotiri, iconography is known primarily through pottery and wall paintings. At Pylos, it is represented through the palace fresco, as well as the extraordinary seals and gold signet rings excavated from the tomb of the Griffin warrior by our honored friend Jack and Shari Stoker. What is particularly interesting is that among the pictorial representations found in the artworks of these two sites, there are numerous similarities and parallels in motifs, compositions, and themes, despite the geographical and often chronological distance separating them. Given the limited time available, I will focus on just the swallow theme, which has been proved more productive than I realized, and so I have to let the fleet sail on uninterrupted for today. I will discuss the gold signet ring from the Griffin warrior tomb at Pylos, depicting a swallow, examining it in comparison with and in relation to the Theran fresco and pottery representations of swallows. The Griffin warrior burial is dated on the basis of its ceramic assemblage to the late Hellenic II period. However, the seals and gold signet rings recovered from the tomb have been reasonably regarded by the excavators as earlier objects, either imported from or inspired by Minoan Crete. They have accordingly been dated to the late Minoan 1A period, the very period during which iconographic production at Akrotiri reached its peak. Particularly intriguing from an iconographic perspective is the scene depicted on the Pylos gold signet ring. According to the excavators, the right side of the bezel shows a seated female figure holding a mirror in her right hand. They quite reasonably identify her as a goddess, since she is enthroned with her feet resting on a footstool decorated with motifs reminiscent of half rosettes, and because she is rendered on a significantly larger scale than the female figure standing before her, who is probably a worshipper presenting a carved object. The throne is elaborate and high-backed. Perched on the upper rail of the backrest is a bird that the excavators also correctly identify as a swallow, since it is depicted with a forked tail terminating in racket-shaped extensions. This conventional stylistic feature appears consistently in all swallows depicted in Theran wall paintings and pottery. The Pylos ring, when considered together with the Theran evidence, helps us gain a clearer understanding of the role and significance of the swallow in Minoan religion. Until the early 1970s, very few representations of swallows had been identified in the Aegean. In Crete, in particular, only fragments of three-sized ivory plaques from the Palace of Zakros were known. From Philakopio Milos, a fresco fragment and a poster depicting swallows were recovered. Finally, from the grave circles at Mycenae, a gold sheet from shaft grave 3 and a pair of bird jugs from shaft grave Gamma bearing swallows representations were recovered. The jugs are undoubtedly Theraan imports. The picture changed dramatically with the excavations at Akrotiri, initiating by Marinatos in 1974. There, numerous and striking pictorial ceramic vessels were rediscovered, dating to the late Middle Cycladic as well as the late Cycladic I period, together with 4 late Cycladic I remarkable frescoes depicting swallows. The frescoes likewise feature complex swallow scenes. 3 of the 4 frescoes portray swallows in their natural environment. The spring frescoes from room 2, the swallow frieze in room 2, and the frescoes from room 6 of sector Vita. The 4th fresco is one of the 2 female procession frescoes, also from XXIe, first floor, specifically the corridor leading to the apartment 3, in which the skirt of the leading processional woman is decorated with swallows set within a rocky landscape. Since swallow depictions first appeared on Thera in late Middle Cycladic nippled years, and because until the early 20s no comparably early representation of swallow was known from Minoan Crete, it was proposed by the late Sarah Immervan and other scholars, including myself, that the swallow motif must have passed from vase painting to large-scale wall painting on Thera at the beginning of the late Cycladic I period. At some point, my attention was drawn to a biconvex discoid bronze seal from grave 5 of the Prophetess Elias cemetery at Knossos, discovered by Sinclair Hood in the early 1950s and published in Corpus Derminoides Ziegeln 1977 by Platon, Pini, and Salis, who briefly described it as depicting a bird and a plant. In a contribution to the Festival of Spiridon Iacovidis, 2009, that argued that this seal depicts a swallow in a vertical position clinging to a reed. This identification was based on the iconographic affinities between the seal scene and Theraan fresco scenes. Of particular importance is the fact that the seal is dated to no later than the early Middle Minoan III period. Therefore, I concluded that the swallow motif is of Minoan origin. In the rescue excavations conducted by the Heraklion Euphoria of Antiquities, mainly in 2012, Maria Roussaki uncovered in the town of Knossos the first fresco depicting swallows in Crete. The wall painting is also early, as the latest associated pottery dates to the Middle Minoan IIIa period. A preliminary publication of this fresco appeared in 2014 in Aegean 37. This composition shows swallows within a rocky landscape, depicted either sitting or flying in pairs. This fresco leaves no doubt that the swallow motif formed part of the repertoire of Gnossian monumental painting parallel to its appearance in Theraan pottery, and in any case, prior to the development in the frescoes of Thera. The iconography, as well as the construction technique of all the superb gold signet rings excavated from the Griffin warrior tomb at Pylos, including the one depicting the swallow, points, according to the excavators, to the Minoan origin. In particular, the swallow signet ring provides further evidence that the swallow motif belonged to the repertoire of Minoan wall painting and seal carving, and was therefore originally Minoan, like many other themes. Nor does the matter end with the demonstration that the swallow gold ring from Pylos, together with the swallow seal from Prophetess Elias at Knossos and the Gnossian swallow fresco form a triad of emblematic discoveries, proving the origin of the swallow motif and its close association with Crete. The Pylos ring is further significant because it advances our understanding of the role of the swallow within the sphere of Minoan religion, beyond what can be inferred from the Akrotiri frescoes and pottery representations alone, despite their abundance and rich narrative content. Fortunately, a number of composite works of late Cycladic One-Theran iconography, whether wall paintings or pictorial vessels, that incorporate swallow imagery, complement one another in terms of content. So they enable us to approach certain aspects of the underlying beliefs and concepts associated with the swallow. In the spring fresco, the combined depiction of swallows and blooming lilies clearly evokes springtime. Varinatos named this masterpiece the Spring Fresco because he viewed it as a religious conception of the great spring festival under the patronage of the spring goddess of nature. The wall painting assemblage of the first floor of XXIe also points, albeit more indirectly than the pilot's ring, to a close association between the swallow and the goddess of nature and fertility. The Saffron Gatherer's composition, the reed bed fresco, and the swallow frieze from room 2 all show the relationship of the swallow to the goddess. The goddess is related to the marshy environments where the swallows fly. More specifically, the coexistence of the swallow and the white lily suggests, in the iconography of XXIe, in both fresco and the famous strainer from XXIe, suggests that the bird's particular association with the goddess derives from its connection with spring, the season of nature's renewal, and the return of swallows to the Aegean. Additional support for the association between the swallow and the Aegean nature goddess may be found in the composition of the Asaminthos recovered from building theta at Akrotiri. One long side of the vessel depicts a hunting scene interpreted by some scholars as a rite of passage. The birds include swallows arranged vertically one above the other at the extreme right of the composition. The opposite side of the vessel, which I examined in a recent study, is occupied by a frieze of 3 figure-of-8 shields, a motif generally associated with rural sanctuaries and the presence of the deity. The relationship between the swallows and the seals appeared deliberate in this fresco, in this vase, excuse me. The two groups are equal in number, 3 in each case. The two groups, I mean the swallows and the seals. They are arranged in a similarly repetitive manner, and the beaks of the swallows almost touch the first shield. The close visual correspondence suggests that the artist intentionally established a symbolic connection between the two motifs. The composition may therefore be read on 2 levels. At one level, the swallows evoke the natural world under the protection of the goddess, while the shields allude to her sanctuary. At a deeper level, the parallel treatment of the two motifs suggests that the swallows, like the shields, function as visual devices emphasizing the presence and power of the goddess of nature and fertility within the scene. 2 paragraphs. Returning now to the pilot's ring, I would like to emphasize the following points. Its composition is the first known representation in which a goddess is shown in direct association with a swallow. The goddess is sitting on her throne, which implies that she is depicted within her sanctuary, and the swallow is perched on the upper rail of the throne's backrest, with its head and wings positioned slightly above the head of the goddess. If the complex iconography of Akrotiri has suggested that we recognize a close and specific relationship between the goddess and the swallow. Here, that relationship appears decoded and made explicit on the surface on a small seal. And the end. A crucial element is the large scale of the swallow. Both the goddess and the swallow are rendered as major visual agents within the composition, while the female worshipper is clearly subordinate in size and importance. Yet the swallow is also strikingly large in relation to the goddess herself. What then is the swallow? It is certainly a chosen companion of the goddess, closely associated to the season of vegetal renewal, as strongly emphasized in Theran iconography. In some cases, however, matters go further, and the swallow function as an epiphany of the deity herself, as is known for the Egyptian goddess Isis and the Greek goddess Athena. This possibility cannot be excluded, given the manner in which the bird is prominently displayed on the pilose ring. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Laffineur of the University of Liège and now also the University of Cincinnati. Welcome, Robert.
The naval scene in Hall 64 of the southwestern building of the palace at Pylos is, according to Brekulaki, Stocker, Davies, and EGAN, quote, surely one of the most exciting and unexpected discoveries in Aegean art in the recent years, end of quote. The greater part of the painted frieze shows three long vessels following each other and heading to the right, forming a group as indicated by the partial overlapping of their prows and sterns. Another part of the frieze depicts two other ships which are also heading to the right and whose hulls are decorated with figures of Argonauts. These pillion ships closely resemble those depicted on the miniature flotilla scene in room 5 of the West House Acrotiri on Thera. The ships seen of the northeast bastion at Irene on Chaos also shows similarities in the restoration proposed by Livia Morgan, but it is too poorly preserved to allow for reliable identification of the same elements. Such similarities testify that context and influences existed between the Western Cyclades and the Western Peloponnese, and that the navigation in the Aegean used very similar types of vessels from the Cycladic early late Bronze Age to the palatial late Hellenic 3B times, joining fragments of painted plasters decorated with an image of a long boat recently found at Eclena and dated to LH2B, LH3A1, confirmed that these contexts and influences were also active during the intermediate period. And finally, fragments of a war painting of a ship found out of context in the palatial complex at Orchomenos, datable of late Hellenic 3B, indicate that context extended as far as central Greece. There are differences, however. The most obvious is the mode of propulsion. Paddling at Acrotiri and possibly at Irene, and rowing at Pylos, Eclena, and Orchomenos. The images of the Acrotiri ships are misleading, however. The use of paddling, an old mode of propulsion, believed to have propelled the longboats depicted on early Cycladic II frying pans of Syros is linked to an event in which the boats are participating, a ceremony held on the seafront, probably to celebrate the resumption of the sailing season. The sail has been lowered, and the propulsion is ensured by paddlers at a reduced speed compatible with the fragility of the festive ornamentation of long garlands stretched between bow, mast, and stern. The paddlers are facing the bow and are leaning out of the gunwale, a less efficient mode of propulsion, since paddles are to be moved vertically, do not rest on the gunwale, and provide thus no leverage, contrary to oars. Rowing was the original propulsion method used on these Theran boats, as restored on the life-size replica of one of them, exhibited at the Maritime Museum of Crete in Chania. Oars are usually fixed in their middle on a pivot point, the oarlock or rowlock, a pin or brace on top of the gunwale to allow for secure positioning, easy pivoting, and for providing leverage. These essential accessories do not appear on the vessels of the flotilla scene because they are hidden by the bodies of the paddlers. Rudders are necessary for heading the ships. Only one is depicted at the starboard side on all the longboats of the flotilla scene, and two appear on the ships of the naval scene at Pylos, to port and to starboard. This further enhances the depth effect already created by the overlapping of the stern and the bow ends of two boats following each other that has been referred to above. An unprecedented representation of space in Aegean wall painting. The strop for attaching the rudder oar was completely omitted by the Thera painter on all ships, a detail probably preserved on the naval scene at Pylos, except on the lead ship on which one of the steering oars is fixed with ropes to a pole. One of the boats of the flotilla scene at Akrotiri, number P15, is propelled only by a rectangular sail that has been unfurled, stretched between the yard arm at the top and the boom arc at the bottom. This mode of propulsion is attested on some of the longboats from Akrotiri, in addition to rowing. The rigging is depicted attached to the mast, but the sail is usually lowered, resting with both yard and boom, one on top of the other on the roof of the large central cabin. What about the pillion boats? Their graphic reconstruction shows the use of oars with flat wide ends, like also attested on the fragments from Eclena. The rowers, accordingly, are facing the stern. Rowing offers important advantages over sailing in terms of independence from weather condition, especially wind, which can be weak, absent, or blowing in the face, and in terms of maneuverability when moving close to the coast or in ports, which are usually small and narrow on the Mycenaean coast, with the exception of the Bay of Navarino. Two boats on the pillars wall paintings are propelled by sail, like the Tehran longboats, most probably in addition to rowing propulsion. The preserved fragments of the image of one of them from room 31 show 4 dead eyes, the rings, on each side of the top of the mast, 4 curving halyards, and a part of the extremity of the yard arm at the bottom. When looking at Maria Shaw's complete graphic reconstruction of this first boat, one might wonder whether a deck cabin should not have to be added, on the room of which yard and boom were stowed with a sail furled between them, a deposit confirmed by the slack halyards in the flotilla scene of Akrotiri. The image of the other boat from the slope southwest of Old 64 has preserved ropes of the rigging and the right extremity of the yard arm, to which the furled sail is attached. The down-curving profile of the decorated bands of the woven fabric at the right end indicates that the sail has been raised. It is held against the yard arm by probably 2 reef points, small ribbons placed at regular intervals to reduce it, that is, to reef it, by securing the folded section in case of excessively strong winds. This implies to use a loose-footed sail without boom to attach its bottom, the foot, and to haul it up or in by controlling brails, parallel vertical lines fixed to the sail itself. This loose-footed sail first appeared in Egypt. It allows for better control of the shape and orientation of the sail, facilitating sailing against the wind. The rigging from the slope southwest of Hall 64 is the first recorded instance of the loose-footed brailed sail in the Aegean, a type of rigging that will be prevalent during the Iron Age and later times. A device completely different from the rigging of the sailing boat at Akrotiri, whose sail is attached to both yard and boom, a fixed-footed sail, in contrast to anachronistic drawings in comic strips with images of antique marine. You see here an Akrotiri ship, early late Bronze Age, with loose-footed sail, which didn't exist at that period. And you see that the citation in the book of the drawers indicates that this ship was used by Achaeans to embark their Trojan captives, which is quite impossible chronologically. In addition to oarsmen, the ship leading the group in the naval scene had probably also a sail, as indicated by fragments showing 2 groups of 3 oblique ropes in the opposite direction that should join and pass through the dead ice at the top of the mast, the rigging graphically reconstructed more recently in its entirety by Rosemary Robertson, a hybrid form of propulsion similar to that of the Terran vessels. To conclude with rigging, I'd like to mention the mast holder, a Y-shaped forked piece of wood on which the mast rested when let down, the Homeric histodoke. It is depicted at the bow of ships 2, 12 and 17, P12 and P17 on the south wall of room 5 in the west of HATZAKI, and apparently missing on the Pylian vessels. Its position on ships of the flotilla scene is rather puzzling. The mast stands logically in the middle of the deck, both longitudinally and transversally, which means that the long cabin of the boat, which is also located transversally in the middle of the boat, between the two rows of paddlers, is an obstacle both to fixing the mast and to lowering it to the level of the fork of the support pole. An obstacle that can only be eliminated by planning cutouts in the roof of the cabin during the boat's construction, or more probably by dismantling the cabin when the boat is in a dry dock or needs to be stored in a ship shed with its mast lowered. One last difference I would like to highlight: the caudal appendage fixed under the stern, which is visible on the long boat images of Akrotiri and which is missing from the Pylian vessels. Various uses have been suggested for this appendage: an anti-roll device, or an anti-drift device, or even a spur or ram. Objections to this interpretation are, for the first two, that the device has to be below the waterline to be efficient, which implies that the paddlers would have their hands in the water. And for the third, the spur, that the ram is at the stern of the ship, which makes no sense. One of the riddles, you see this one, sorry. One of the riddles that I have saved for the end, and that you might want to think about, unless today's wise Nestor gives us the key to the puzzle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next two speakers are Heraclea Brekulaki of the Institute of Historical Research of the National Hellenic Research Foundation and Emily Egan of the University of Maryland. And so I welcome you to here.
Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Wise Jack and Wisest Shari for their continued support on the study of the Pylian wall paintings. Canonically, the study of Pylian wall paintings has been a study of artistic programs. Faced with the more than 17,000 fragments preserved at the Palace of Nestor, we have focused our attention on rooms and suites of rooms as ways to access the meaningful interactions between paintings and architectural contexts. In certain cases, however, a single isolated fragment can open a window to something new. In this paper, we examine one such fragment preserved within a fallen piece of floor plaster from room 39 in the main building of the palace and mentioned, though never catalogued in Lang's 1969 publication. At first glance, its motif may appear marginal. On closer inspection, however, its unusual iconography and execution set it apart, both from fragments found on the palace walls and from those discarded in dams around the site. We argue that its thematic and stylistic affinities with neo-palatial murals in the XXIe Crete raise broader questions on the ways in which Pylian painting reworks wider Aegean visual traditions. It is because of these connections that we have chosen this occasion to present this research, honoring Jacques' many contributions to interregional scholarship. In size, the embedded wall painting, composed of 11 joining pieces, measures approximately 20 centimeters in length by 12 centimeters in width. Its thickness is estimated at 1 centimeter. Depicted on the wall painting's fragments are parts of a life-size reed and a more enigmatic red element, perhaps another plant, a bird, or, the interpretation we will pursue today, a dragonfly. The reed, represented by section of stalk and 2 feathery leaves, is rendered in a dilute blue-greenish paint overlain by thick reddish-brown lines. The proposed dragonfly, represented by the tip of its arched abdomen, is a dark red. Both elements appear against a reserved white background. As recorded by Lang, the floor plaster fragment can be assigned to a deposit of red brick fill excavated by Blegan's colleague Marion Rawson in 1955. The deposit, as noted by Shannon, Lafayette, HOGUE, was located a considerable distance above the room's floor and included fragments of thick floor plaster with reused wall plaster fragments in their interior matrix. The stratigraphic portion of this fill clearly indicates that the fragment fell into room 39 from the palace's upper story. Contained within the floor fragment, the wall painting forms part of a larger corpus of murals that were in rather than on the structure of the Palace of Nestor at the time of its destruction by fire in early LH3C. As described by Lang, such paintings, typically preserved, were found in 3 contexts: in the rubble fill of the walls, in the crude bricks, or in the clay used as a bedding for the floor above. Larger mural fragments, she further noted, were often used in the floor plaster itself. Predominantly, Lang detected recycled mural fragments by their good condition, as well as by the absence of joints with other fragments found in the same room. In the case of our reed fragment, however, it is its context that proves its reuse, allowing for the confident assignation of the painting on an earlier decorative phase of the palace's history. Exactly how much earlier in that history is unclear. In the future, a clearer answer may emerge through the application of optical stimulated luminescence. In the meantime, suffices to say that the mural must predate the construction of the main building's upper story, implying a date prior to the start of LH3B. At the Palace of Nestor, evidence for early paintings is steadily increasing. In her volume, Lang assigned a pre-LH3B date to only 3 fragments discarded to the southwest of the palace that she suggested came from a dump disturbed by LH3B foundations. Since 1969, other published fragments have been signed out as early, including the fragment depicting a net pattern found northwest of the palace and the so-called pilus lipper found in a pit below floor level in the palace wine magazine, for which an LH3A date has been proposed based on subject matter. In 2012 and 13, excavations conducted for the new palace shelter unearthed additional evidence for early wall paintings based on stratigraphy. A preliminary reading of the pottery by Salvatore Vitale suggests the possibility of paintings as early as Middle Hellenic III, with increasingly large assemblages assigned to LH1, LH2, and LH3A. The last group includes the 2 fragments shown here with motifs that are remarkably cycladic in character, including a miniature flying bird on a light blue ground formed by the tooth ornament border and a yellow undulating area from which spring paired arcs of Egyptian blue dots on a white ground. The coloring and shape of the duck find parallels in birds from Akrotiri, including the ducks in the life-size reed bed fresco from XXIII, and the geese in the miniature landscape fresco from the West House. The dotted ground on the second fragment is reminiscent of the rippling sea depicted in the background of the LC, one flying fish fresco from Philakopi. Our reed painting shows similar Cycladic affinities, evident not only in its subject matter, but also in its style and technique, as determined by research conducted under the auspices of the Hoare Apothecary Organization project directed by Shire Stoker. Most notably, the proposed subjects of the painting, a reed and a dragonfly rendered at large scale, are exact matches for what appears in the reed bed fresco from XXIII at Akrotiri, depicting a marshy landscape, part of which is shown here to the right. As described by Andreas Vlachopoulos, the reeds, sprouting from an undulating band with red hooklets indicating a riverbank, are packed closely together and rendered in two contrasting colors, one warm, yellow, and one cool, gray-blue, against a white ground. The leaves of the reeds are gently arched, and within the thicket fly ducks with outstretched wings, accompanied by male red dragonflies, some of which alight on the reed's leaves or tufts. Among the reeds, movement is communicated via bending and overlapping, as if the plants are gently blowing in the wind. In the pillion painting, the curvature of the reed stem also implies a gentle bend. The position of the dragonfly beside the plant closely echoes arrangements in the reed bed fresco, while the red of the insect recalls precisely the same hue in the pillion scene, as does the use of a white, Cycladic-style neutral ground. In terms of style, further parallels are evident between the reed bed fresco and the mural fragment from Pylos. In both paintings, the brushstroke is free and soft, and the paint applied in a near translucent manner. At Pylos, these qualities are notable for their general absence from the paintings on the walls of the palace at the time of its destruction, with a few exceptions only, as well as those found in plastodams, where it is likely murals stripped from the LH3B palace during periods of redecoration were deposited. Of those paintings on the walls of the final palace, a direct comparison for the reed fragment provided by life-size plant, conventionally termed a papyrus found in room 17 and restorable together with the deer to the southwest wall of the throne room. From the stalk of this papyrus spring curved leaves with vein lines and are stiff and regular and organized into small compartments. Better parallels for the feathered style of the Pylos reed's leaves appear in the reed tufts from the Akrotiri fresco and in the leaves of the papyrus reeds from the throne room frescoes and argonaut frieze from final palatial knossos, shown here. In the latter examples, near identical feathering is found. In terms of technique, the light bluish-green hue of the reed results from brown outlining laid over a thin application of Egyptian blue, effectively merging in a single plant the two hues that appear in separate plants in the reed bed fresco. The VAL image on the left shows the entire stem fluorescing with a uniform white glow, revealing a continuous brush-loaded layer of Egyptian blue along its full length, even where the color has largely disappeared to the naked eye. By contrast, the IR image on the right suppresses moss color information but sharpens the painted contours, while the UV-induced fluorescence enhances the fine outlines of the stem and the parallel strokes with which a painter modeled the feathered leaves. Taken together with the microphotographs of the paint surface, these images indicate a two-stage procedure. A wash of diluted blue was first laid down to establish the stem and surrounding area, and the individual leaves were then modeled on top of it with fine brown strokes of varying thickness and tone. Non-destructive analyses were carried out by Dimitris Mitsos at the University of the Peloponnese using portable XRF and Raman spectroscopy. In total, 11 spots were examined, yielding the following results. Calcium carbonate was used for the substrate, while iron-based ochres containing goethite, hematite, and lepidochrosite provided the yellowish and brownish hues. The presence of copper confirms the use of Egyptian blue, and traces of black pyrolusite were detected in the darker blue areas. The identification of bromine by XRF and of dibromo indigo by Raman spectroscopy an organic compound that is a major component of Tyrian purple, suggests that this precious pigment was originally employed, probably mixed with Egyptian blue, to produce a warmer hue, as has also been attested in hole 64. In all analyzed areas, the Raman spectra also revealed lipids and proteins consistent with egg yolk, supporting the use of egg tempera in an Asseco technique for our fragment, in line with the widespread use of this method by Mycenaean painters and more broadly across the Aegean. Collectively, the shared characteristics between the Pylos reed painting and reeds on Thera and Crete identify the fragment as another example of a Pylian artwork produced under the influence of extra-mainland models. The most recently highlighted examples are the navels in an Argonaut ship from hole 64, two maritime scenes that borrow heavily from Therian art in their formal details, affirming observations about affinities between Therian and Mycenaean painting programs made by Mark Cameron nearly half a century ago. The same convergences are seen in the reed fragment, but at an earlier point in the palace's history. In this way, the fragment serves as a missing link between LH3b and the older cyclic traditions of LC1, LM1A, which we would propose rooted to Messenia through Crete. In 1994, Livia Morgan noted remarkable correspondences between the uses of three abstract motifs, the pendant crocus, the star with dots, and the hooklet, in LC1, LM1A Therian murals and LM1B Cretan pottery. Such correspondences, she argued, proved that these motifs moved with their meanings intact, requiring direct contact between Cretan and Therian artists, perhaps achieved via the relocation of the latter to Crete in advance of the Thera eruption. The same migration, we sense, is also behind the arrival of island motifs and styles at Pylos. Therian painters traveling to Crete may have brought with them artistic ideas that later filtered into the Cretan tradition. These were then reworked there before reaching the mainland, where some seem to have been revived in forms surprisingly close to their long-lost prototypes. It is not yet clear about what means such artistic exchanges or influences first took shape, nor what needs sustained them over time, all the more so since we lack the broader context of our reed fragment, its original architectural and iconographic setting, and the full extent of the composition to which it belonged. Yet the scale of the reeds strongly suggests that they once formed part of a large-scale composition, probably extending across a substantial wall, whose architectural and narrative articulation was likely far more complex than the surviving pieces allow us to glimpse. While the similarities with Thera certainly point to some form of indirect contact, the re-elaboration of motifs can, as we know, assume very different forms and visual characters depending on the context in which they are deployed. A similar motif may be adopted, yet reinserted into quite distinct iconographic frameworks, as in the case of the reeds from the northeast bastion at Eleni on Kea, which, although showing stylistic similarities in color and overlapping arrangement to the Thera examples, are entirely devoid of avian or insect life. At Thera, reeds are closely associated with dragonflies and with the goddess wearing dragonfly pendants, whereas on Kea, as Morgan has stressed, the plants become subjects by their own right. In a comparable way, the Therian painter drew on earlier Cnossian prototypes with overlapping blue and yellow reeds, such as the Middle Minoan 3 fresco from the Royal Road North Knossos, but transformed this scheme into a more naturalistic setting for animal action. Likewise, in the naval scenes from Thera and from Hall 64 at Pylos, formal similarities in the staging and the hulls persist, but the palette shifts radically, with purples and browns at Pylos replacing the bright blues, reds, and yellows of the Therian models, and the ships themselves becoming the sole protagonists of the scene. The single Pylian reed discussed here, despite its lack of its original context, nevertheless displays characteristics that set it apart from more rigidly stylized Mycenaean types, since the subtle and fluid modulation of line and color suggests different artistic perspective, one that brings it closer to the reedbed fresco of XXIII, yet remains distinct, not only in the choice of pigments, Egyptian blue at Pylos, Ribekite at Thera, but also in the painter's very conception of color. In Thera and Kea, strongly complementary and contrasting hues of yellow and blue are superimposed in a way that produces an emphatically false sense of depth, given that cold colors tend to recede and warm ones to advance. By contrast, at Pillos, our painter combines warm earthen tones and shades of blue within a single reed, with neat outlines in brownish red and the core of the stem in Egyptian blue, creating a different chromatic and spatial effect that may reflect not only a different artistic sensibility, but also a lived local experience of watery, reed-filled landscapes. Our reed fragment should thus be seen within a broader spectrum of transformation in which island motifs are not simply transferred, but selectively reconfigured and partially reimagined within a distinctly Pelian decorative language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Wolf-Dietrich Niemeyer of the Deutsches Archäologisches Institut. I'm going to bring you a clicker.
Of this conference in honor of my old friend Jack Davis. And dear Jack, it's a great pleasure for me to dedicate this paper to you. I remember we met first 44 years ago at the conference on the Minoan thalassocracy organized by Robin Hack and Nano Marinatos. And there, the unfortunately late Mario Benzi gave a paper on the Acropolis of Ialisos and in Italian, and then you asked a question in American English, and Mario said, "Non ho capito niente." and I made the interpreter between Jack and Mario. Speaking about the combat agate from Pylos, first I would of course congratulate Sharon and Jack not only on their extraordinary discovery of this piece, which they aptly have labeled as the finest example of glyptic art yet discovered in a Minoan or Mycenaean context, but also on their excellent publication of it in AGA 2017, to which there is little to add. I would like to add only one point here, the masterful rendering of the anatomy. In 1978, the French physician Jean-Claude Colomb noted that the Minoan artists possessed detailed knowledge of the human anatomy that was not matched in Greek sculpture until around 500 BC, thus placing them a millennium ahead of Greek developments. Unfortunately, he did not live to see the most striking witness for his assessment, the combat agate, which, with a precision and level of detail unmatched by any other example of Aegean Bronze Age art, depicts male anatomy in motion. On the upper body of the victor, at the side of the pectoral muscle, the psoas muscles is depicted, and beneath the pectoral muscle, the straight abdominal muscle, also known as six-pack. Keeping with the movement, it is shown in stretched position. Of the raised arm, right arm, the muscles are correctly depicted. The muscles of the left arm are contracted as the victor grasps the crest of his opponent's helmet, and the muscles of his buttocks and the thigh of his left leg are tense as he leans forward and thrusts his sword down from above. The fallen combatant, whose torso and head are depicted from behind, is particularly impressive with his bold perspective, his twisted posture, with his right arm lying over his head, his left arm lying on his sword on the ground, his right leg bent and his left leg extended, and his back, showing correctly the muscles on both sides of the spine, the trapeze muscle and the large back muscle. To my knowledge, this figure is unique in the art of the Aegean Bronze Age. The depiction of the back is reminiscence of that of a fallen Galatian from the Hellenistic lesser athlete dedication. All this provides insight into the engraver's working methods and shows that he had studied intensively the anatomy of living models in motion. In my view, Shannon and Jacques have rightly argued that in the absence of evidence for early Mycenaean workshops on the Greek mainland, I would add of this quality, it is difficult to imagine that the Pylos combat agate was produced anywhere other than in a Cretan palatial context and that it is a piece of Cretan craftsmanship. Shannon and Jacques have compared the depiction of the combat agate to the scene on a ceiling from Aegia Triada, CMS 26, number 15, which according to the description in the CMS shows a combat scene in rocky terrain. The victor is also wearing the typical Minoan loincloth and depicted in a position similar to that of his counterpart on the combat agate, with a wide lunge and thrusting his sword from above on his opponent. This is according to the CMS drawing and description running to the right. We will see that this is probably wrong. This ceiling and 3 further ceilings from Aegia Triada and Zakros have been identified by some scholars as Minoan scenes of combat. The scene of CMS 26, number 17, upper right, is seen as a combat between the helmeted victor on the right, who wields a javelin, and on the left, on the other side of the tree or column, the losing opponent who appears to be running and holds his hand high. A fallen combatant is lying behind the victor. CMS 27, number 20, lower left, according to the drawing and description in the CMS, depicts 2 opponents fighting with javelins and a fallen combatant on the ground behind the left fighter. On CMS 26, number 16, lower right, the victor on the right thrusts downwards the sword he holds in his raised right hand and holds a second weapon in the hand of his angled left arm. The horizontal legs of his fallen opponent look a bit odd due to the poor quality of the impression in this zone. Robert Köhl has disputed the martial interpretation of these representations. His exclusion of CMS 26, number 16, lower right, from the discussion because of the mentioned oddity in the drawing is, in my opinion, unacceptable, since the ceiling undoubtedly depicts a combat scene. On the other ceilings, according to Köhl, stick fightings adopted from Egypt are depicted. However, in the ancient Egyptian sport of stick fighting, which lives on in the modern sport of tahtib, at the start the 2 opponents crossed their weapons, as shown on the ostracon upper left. Thereafter, they struck and parried, following the principle of slashing combat. The sticks were never used for thrusting, nor were they thrown, as Köhl claims is the case in the ceilings from Aegia Triada and Zakro. The fallen combatants lying on the ground on the ceilings also speak against the interpretation that these are depictions of stick fighting. Fallen combatants never appear in Egyptian depictions of stick fighting. The ceilings from Aegia Triada and Zakro therefore show martial combat scenes. CMS 26, number 15, which Shannon and Jacques have compared to the combat agate, should, according to Köhl, be removed from the consideration of Minoan martial representations. According to him, the presence of a dog, his interpretation not mentioned in the description in the CMS, in the company of 2 males running forward to the left on a rocky landscape shows that they are on the chase in a hunting scene, as also Livia Morgan said this morning. Köhl does not challenge the dependency of the combat agate on Minoan stylistic conventions for depicting the ideal male figure, but argues that the composition and the theme of its representation is not Minoan but Mycenaean, and illustrates the Mycenaean pose of lunge and thrust for depicting the movement of the kill in face-to-face combat. He claims that to date no Minoan seal image shows this pose and that parallels come only from mainland Hellenic context, as these from the shaft graves at Mycenae. Yorgos Rethymiotakis has recently re-examined with important results CMS 26 number 15 and the other ceilings using high-resolution digital photographs which allow for zooming in on details as not before. According to his analysis, there is definitely no dog on CMS 26 number 15, and the figure on the right is not running in the same direction as the one on the left, but is falling backward, ready to receive the final blow. The supposed rocky landscape beneath the figures is in fact fallen warriors and the limbs of other warriors whose bodies are not visible as they are covered by other corpses or extend beyond the frame of the image, here numbered 3 to 8. According to Rethymiotakis, the skilled engraver depicted the outcome of a bloody battle, thereby highlighting the martial spirit of the hero warrior who fights alone against all, running over a pile of corpses. As Nanomarinatos and Rethymiotakis have argued, the scene shows influence of the Egyptian motif of the smiting pharaoh, of which in Livia Morgan's paper some examples were to be seen. The hero kills his opponent in the lunge and thrust pose, as does also the victor on CMS 26 number 16. Therefore, I see no reason to doubt that the combat agate is a piece of Cretan workmanship originating from a Cretan palatial context, as Sharon and Jack have stated. How did this Minoan glyptic masterpiece and the other precious Minoan objects found in the tomb of the Griffin warrior come to Messenia? There is evidence of Minoan presence in early Mycenaean Messenia. In a 1982 article on this topic, Robin Haig has cited the grave circle of Pylos, where Minoan burial customs are evident, including burials in vessels partly imported from Crete. According to Haig, the upper-class character of the grave compound and the warrior-like grave goods of several burials, swords, and other weapons bear witness to the existence of a Minoan aristocratic element in the population of early Mycenaean Pylos, to which, in my opinion, the Griffin warrior may also have belonged. His grave was not yet discovered when Haig wrote his article, nor were Michael Nelson's investigations into the early phases of the palace at Pylos known at that time. The first construction phase of the palace at Pylos was, according to Nelson, the orthostate phase dated to LH2A, of which 5 short wall sections were identified under the LH3B palace. Orthostate masonry with recesses was frequently used for exterior facade walls of the Minoan palaces, and those at Pylos are technically and structurally identical to those in Minoan palace architecture. Beneath rooms 56 and 57 of the LH3B palace, the remains of 2 rubble walls lined with pithoi were found. Part of a cobblestone pavement that abuts a section of the southeastern facade is preserved, indicating a courtyard of some sort. Adjacent courtyards and interior storage rooms were a characteristic feature of the Minoan palaces. One of the orthostates, you see it on the left, bears the characteristic Minoan mason's mark of the double X, well known from Knossos. In this context, the Minoan mason's mark on the facade of Tholos I at Peristeria should also be mentioned. With Yorgos Rethymiotakis, I imagine that teams of Minoan specialist designers and builders came to Messenia to construct the orthostate phase at Pylos and probably also Tholos I at Peristeria. According to Michael Nelson, there probably existed also, I quote, some shared non-architectural connection between early Pylos and Crete. What may have been the nature of this non-architectural connection? Haig's statement of more than 4 decades ago is still valid, that the complexity of the relationship between the Minoan and the early Mycenaean civilizations is, I quote, becoming increasingly recognized, although there is still much work to be done in this field of research. Thank you. Yeah, you need again.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker in today's session is Maria Anastasiadou of the University of Heidelberg. And so I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Having had the fortune to work with Shari and Jack on some seals from the grave of the Griffin warrior, I'm very glad to give this paper to honor the work of Jack Davis. I take this meeting as an opportunity to present my thoughts on the difficult topic of the character of early Mycenaean glyptic, which have been forming over the course of several years. All seals from early Mycenaean contexts follow the conventions set by the Cretan Neopalatial tradition of seal engraving. I will discuss selected indications that among seals from late Helladic I and IIa contexts could be represented both Cretan imports and locally produced examples. The end of Middle Helladic III, Burial Cycle B, Mycenae. The earliest Mycenaean context for seals on the mainland would be Burial I of grave Gamma in grave cycle B in Mycenae, which dates to the end of Middle Helladic III if the amethyst discoid with a so-called portrait head belonged to it. Seals with such heads start being produced in Middle Minoan II to III in Knossos, albeit in soft stone. The discoid shape of the Mycenae piece, in combination with a portrait head, dated to the Middle Bronze Age III. Given the Minoan shape, style, and iconography of this seal, as well as the fact that it is an isolated example, it could have been an import from Crete. Late Helladic I, Burial Cycle B and A, Mycenae. The two talismanic carnelian amygdaloids from grave cycle B and an amethyst lentoid with a deer and its nursing fawn from grave cycle A look Minoan. They could, therefore, have been imported from Crete. Among the remaining seals from grave cycle A, most also look Minoan. However, a few idiosyncrasies that are rare on Neopalatial seals are noteworthy. There is the habit of showing fighting scenes with a victorious man raising the foreground bent arm upwards as he is stabbing from above and in a diagonal direction the opponent that is facing him. This is a very specific iconographic scene called by Robert Cole, Lance and Thrust, that is rarely encountered in late Minoan I Crete, but seems to have become standardized for rendering such scenes on the mainland. There are also some idiosyncrasies that connect gold seals to locally produced artifacts from the graves. As Younger has also noted, the fine line of fur on the belly and haunches of the lions on the two gold cushions from grave 3 is a common convention on lions on artifacts from the graves, for example, the hexagonal wooden pyxis and the dagger with the hand scene. Comparable elements are known from late Cycladic I quadruped imagery in frescoes, but they are very rare on lions on Cretan Neopalatial seals. In addition, the best parallel for the hairy tail, Roman nose with hanging lip, and overall imagery of the galloping horses on the stag hunt ring, which are characteristically referred to by Vermeulen as flying steppe horses, are the relief horses on the blade of this type A sword from grave 5. Dickinson suggests that such swords were probably made on the mainland. All horses in question also display the fine line of fur on the belly and back leg that seems to be typical of quadrupeds from the shaft graves. The Minoan style of the gold seals attests to the work of skilled hands trained in Cretan Neopalatial seal engraving. However, the fine idiosyncrasies that are commoner on mainland rather than Cretan images could constitute indications that they were manufactured locally. Two-hat stone seals from grave 3 are more difficult to assess stylistically. The thick bodies of the warriors on the carnelian amygdaloid, which are in this exceptional case shown in front of the seals, look somewhat unusual, but they are not totally without neopalatial parallels. The ample cap sinkings also appear somewhat unfamiliar, and they could perhaps be compared to the dots on the silt on one gold cushion from the shaft graves. The drepas on this smoke quartz lentoid is difficult to assess because of its unusual style. Given its recovery from the shaft graves, it might be significant that its configuration is very well comparable with that of spirals in gold objects and funeral stele from the shaft graves, although similar spirals are not unknown from Neopalatial Crete. Noteworthy is that the unusually broad and regular cap sinkings bring to mind the bosses on the locally manufactured gold diadems. Both seals were skillfully engraved by hands acquainted with hard stone seal engraving, but their singularity does not allow firm conclusions regarding their relationship with Cretan Neopalatial engraving styles. However, their iconography could speak in favor of a local manufacture. Late Helladic 2a, grave of the Griffin warrior in Pylos, seized in Vaphio, Tholos II in Psari. In Pylos, this agate three-sided prism that shows a male figure with bulbous musculature holding a dog is Cretan Neopalatial in both style and iconography. It was certainly engraved by hands trained in the Cretan Neopalatial tradition of seal engraving, likely those of a Cretan engraver, either in Crete or on the mainland. The same is possibly the case with a large gold ring involving 5 female figures, although its style can be better assessed when the positive of the seal is also published. Male figures of the same Cretan Neopalatial type as the agate prism are also known from other hard stone seals in Pylos. For example, this lentoid with a man and a Baroque lioness in Elis. The heavy, plastically rendered body of the lioness finds parallels on intensively modeled animal bodies on several seals from late Helladic 2a contexts. However, the combination of a male figure with bulbous musculature with an animal that heavy and dramatically modeled is also encountered on a probably Neopalatial seal impression from Knossos. With this, there is a clear link between the Cretan Neopalatial and the Pylos depictions. Despite this, a fine idiosyncrasy on the Pylos lioness could connect this specific seal with the mainland craft. This is the line of fur on the belly of the animal, which is rare on Cretan Neopalatial seals, but not uncommon on late Helladic 1 and 2a depictions of lions on seals and other media. If this small detail reflects a mannerism that became popular on the mainland for rendering lions, it could suggest that animals with fur on the belly on seals from Pylos and Vaphio were engraved locally. Other seals which can be connected with Cretan Neopalatial glyptic on more general terms because of their overall Minoan-looking iconography and style also display idiosyncrasies that could reflect mainland ways. The mane of a lion on one seals from Pylos is rendered in triangular tufts. This way of rendering manes could represent a late Bronze 1 to 2 child stele, as it is known from a gold Cretan Neopalatian lion pendant from Agia Triada, but it was also among the standard ways of rendering hair on late Helladic 1 and 2a gold and ivory artifacts from Mycenae and Pylos. It could be significant that such manes on seals are hardly ever encountered on Neopalatial seals, but are popular on seals from the chamber of the Vaphio Tholos and Rouchi, which do not come from narrow-dated context, but should stylistically date to late Helladic 2b at the latest. The popularity of such manes on mainland images from late Helladic 1 onwards could provide an indication that the lion with a mane of this type on the pillow seal was engraved locally. Certain stylistic aspects of some seals from late Helladic IIa context appear foreign to Cretan Neopalatial glyptic. For example, the dislocated horn and long regularly wavy tail of a quadruped in Psari look peculiar. In female figures, thick unshapely arms, which can also be very long, rendering of fingers, a certain looseness in the execution of bodies, oversized almond-shaped eyes, and crown-like headgear appear somewhat odd. While such traits are only encountered on individual examples, they could reflect local developments, especially since several are also encountered on other seals from the mainland. Finally, the extensive use of cap sinkings on two seals from Vafio brings to mind the cap sinkings on the two previously discussed hard stone seals from grave cycle A in Mycenae. The ample use of dots on these seals could foreshadow the popularity of such elements on seals from late Minoan II and late Helladic IIb onwards, indicating a development that started on the mainland before spreading to Crete. The birth of Mycenaean glyptic in late Helladic I and IIa. Based on the above, the first interest of the mainland population on seals is possibly evident in Middle Helladic III with a portrait head discoid from the grave cycle B, which may have been imported from Crete. Seal imports from Crete are also possible in late Helladic I, but fine iconographic idiosyncrasies on some seals, and especially the gold ones, could attest to the presence of one or two highly skilled Cretan engravers in Mycenae who at some point in time worked for a small group of mainlanders, producing objects following their instructions and tastes. The presence of Cretan engravers on the mainland in this phase could be understood in the context of increased commercial contacts between the two areas in a period of intensified interest of Crete for metal sources from the north. Mainland workshops that were producing metal artifacts like diadems, jewelry, and daggers would have provided to any incoming craftspeople the technological infrastructure for producing gold seals. Lafineur's suggestion that early Mycenaean craftwork was produced in multimedia workshops would mean that even new crafts like hard stone seal engraving would easily be accommodated in an already functioning and well-equipped workshop environment. On seals from late Helladic IIa context, there is some evidence for continuation from late Helladic I glyptic. The lance and thrust iconographic seam in late Helladic IIa possibly reflects an iconographic legacy from late Helladic I seals. Elements like the line of fur on the belly of lions could also be seen as part of a late Helladic I legacy that was transmitted through seals, or as part of a broader late Helladic I iconographic legacy. It is not known whether such iconographic elements were passed on via active seal engraving in the period after the late Helladic I burials and before the late Helladic IIa ones. Seals from late Helladic IIa contexts also attest to a renewed intensified contact with the Cretan craft. This is evident in the addition of new Cretan Neopalatial iconographic topics on the repertoire of seal engraving that are, on present evidence, not attested there in late Helladic I. Like in late Helladic I, highly skilled Cretan engravers would have worked on seals from late Helladic IIa contexts. Some seals may have been produced by them on Crete, but others on the mainland, following instructions from the future owners of the objects. By producing artifacts of the highest quality on the mainland, for which there was now an explicit market in the highest echelons of society, Cretan engravers would have influenced, inspired, and passed on their craft to others. The latter, working away from Crete, would have developed the craft further with their mannerisms and desire to adjust it to mainland needs. Engraving styles that appear significantly distant from the Cretan Neopalatial styles could reflect the work of mainland workshops that started from scratch, reproducing Cretan iconography but not having been systematically trained in the Cretan ways of seal engraving. Concluding, the seals from the early Mycenaean context are heavily indebted to Cretan Neopalatial Gryptic from which they were born. While some would have been imported from Crete, others may have been made on the mainland with a substantial contribution of Cretan engravers. Regardless of place of manufacture, these seals as a group have a homogeneous character that is made up by their overall Cretan Neopalatial appearance and their exclusive manufacture in precious materials. They should justifiably be approached as the first representatives of Mycenaean glyptic, both because they reflect the needs and perceptions of the early Mycenaean communities that consumed them, and because they set the foundation for the development of the Mycenaean glyptic of the next phases, part of which would have certainly been produced on the mainland. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers for those very interesting and stimulating papers. We have now about 10 minutes for Q&A and discussion. There are mics roaming. Does anybody want to start us off? You can ask about any of the papers.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. So my question is for Heraclea and Emily. Just wanted to ask if, so it was neat to see you mentioned you found the egg yolk and the use of secco in the reed painting. And so I know you've got stylistic and iconographic differences. I'm wondering if from the technological standpoint, if the plaster and the painting application look consistent with the later 3B pieces. Yeah.
But from what we analyzed, the pigments, they do have a consistency with the fragments found on the walls, not the discarded ones. Yeah. So it's like if we go back to, or it is interesting because it's a single fragment and large dimension, so probably entire wall would have been decorated with these reeds and who knows what other motifs. So we miss it. But from the point of view of materials and techniques, it is more, it has more affinities with the last phase than with the discarded fragments. And blue background, etc.
Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to ask a question of our last speaker. So how do you account for itinerancy to or from Crete?
No. Okay, can you hear me now? How can I account for?
Itinerancy?
The fact that Minoans were found on the mainland?
Yes, or mobile craftsmen. Yes.
Yes, okay. Sorry, I understood now. Well, it is obvious, no matter how one explains this, it is obvious that at that time, as we also heard in the first session, the mainlanders are interested from objects from elsewhere, and one of these elsewhere places is Crete, obviously. They want things to look Minoan, for which I think Fritz Blackholmer already spoke. And then I think the question is, but why would a Minoan craftsperson want to be on the mainland, or how would they find themselves on the mainland in that period? And I would place this in the general context of the period, that is the period when of the so-called Minoan thalassocracy, where Crete is anyway open in the Aegean, and we see Cretan culture in the southern Aegean, and also in this context we also see it in the mainland. And I would imagine that within this context of movement of ideas, we would have also movement of people. And if I am correctly informed, in the several articles which I've read, there is the suggestion that in that period Crete was also interested in having contacts with the mainland, because they were interested in metal sources to which they could have access through the mainland, for example gold and tin, although tin is a little bit later, but one could also imagine this. And in this framework, I would imagine that very few craftspeople could have found their way in the mainland, and that is, I would imagine this, but I cannot answer because it's my imagination. But from what I see, since we have very few objects, I cannot imagine there are people that stay there, that live there, that have become mainlanders. But perhaps they are ordered up there. They are ordered up there to produce 1 to 5 seals, and then they go. I envisage that they go back to Crete, but. This is very hypothetical, of course.
Of course. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that? Maybe I missed something, but how do we know just the objects themselves didn't get imported? I mean, it's a lot easier to put a piece of gold on a ship than to put a person.
I agree with you, and it is true, and that the objects do look Minoan, they do look Cretan Neopalatial, but what I'm arguing for here, and I have to say that I'm arguing in favor of it being very, very careful. That is, I'm not sure myself. Okay, I don't think I'm ever going to be sure, but I have my doubts. But still, I see these things, that there are some fine idiosyncrasies and in the iconography of the objects that are very characteristic of idiosyncrasies that we see on other objects from the mainland, for which it is accepted generally that they are made on the mainland. And when we see that the imagery on the seals have these idiosyncrasies that we have in the imagery of other objects that are made on the mainland, I argue this could be an indication that the seals, although they are stylistically Minoan, they're made by Minoan hands, they were also made on the mainland because they display these idiosyncrasies. Is clear? Okay.
Can I? So, because I have a microphone, sorry. Thank you very much. I will speak about Maria Anastasiadou as well. Thank you very much. That was an excellent presentation. In my view, it's the most convincing argument I've heard for the existence of a Mycenaean, so early Mycenaean ecliptic production, let's say. And it is not surprising that, as Robert has argued and other scholars, Mycenaean crafts do not have a developmental stage. They appear fully developed. Okay. So you may have the same kind of thing here, and the difference, the fine difference you have tried to show are very convincing to me, and it's only in such kind of differences that we will see what may be Mycenaean or Minoan, whatever this may mean. Still, if you have Cretan craftsmen working in Mycenae or wherever else for some time, it would be interesting to look for some people who will have to work with them some apprentices will work with them. So it might be interesting to start looking for some of these very fine evidence. And also, you showed the use of these different points, different signs, which means actually different use of the tools than you have in Crete. So it might be interesting to see more on that and how you imagine these different application of techniques now. So, yeah, thank you very much. That was very, very, very interesting.
Thank you, Nico. Maria, I find this very interesting, your suggestion, and particularly with reference to the gold embroidery. And I find it very difficult to imagine that the gold embroidery engraving was done any place but on the mainland. And your comparisons between the representations of the lions on the gold embroidered sword from Pylos, your comparisons of that to the other representations of lions with the belly hair, I found particularly convincing. And we didn't argue, Sherry and I did not argue that particular point, but we argued the mainland, the case for the mainland production to strengthen what Eleni and Nikos had already written about gold embroidery in the volume edited by Fritz and Nano on the Minoan thalassocracy revisited recently. So I don't know, it seems a little bit of this is coming together, I think, in interesting ways. And I also want to thank you all for your presentations. They learned a lot. This is really brilliant. And Wolf in particular, I want to remind him that although he did serve as a translator between me and Mario at that conference, I did teach Wolf how to make a Bloody Mary. And I hope he still remembers the correct recipe.
So, does anybody, I think we're going to continue to have interesting conversations about what it means in early Mycenaean Greece to have sort of Cretan-style stuff. But since we're here, does anybody have any questions for any of our other speakers? Perfect. Great.
Yeah, my question is for Robert Lafagnon. One of the exciting things about the Pylos fresco is that it's wine dark. It's purple rather than all the other frescoes that show the sea is blue. And I'm curious if you think there's any significance to that. And just as a side note, Elizabeth Barber once did an argument before the Pylos fresco was found that the colors of blue and purple could get mixed up linguistically, but obviously things are different now.
It was for you.
The question is, what's the significance of it? Is there a significance of it being red rather than blue, or purple rather than blue? The sea.
Purple is a color that they like very much in the last phase of the palace. So we have it elsewhere as well, but always in important rooms like the throne room and Hall 64. Now, the fact that they're using it as a background to the naval scene, we're not sure why this happens, but there are several reasons why. One is because of the symbolic value that this color had. But then we also have it as a background in the battle scene. So it may have an heroic connotation or prestige, or maybe this is because purple is one of the very few colors in the ancient world that has symbolic connotations. Another possibility is that they wanted to evoke something more naturalistic, like the sunset, for example, have this dimension when sea effectively becomes purplish in Greece. and it is the time of the departure of ships from, in antiquity, it had to be rather dark to start sailing. So, but we can't have a single, let's say, answer to this. If we go to the Homeric poems, we can certainly see where Homer uses purple to describe sea, and where Homer uses purple to describe the heroic death, Porphyreos Thanatos, for example. So maybe it had a symbolic association.
I'm going to take a session moderator privilege and ask a question of Marisa. Do you think that there is a connection? It was so interesting, the connection you were drawing between swallows and sort of ritual spaces, or sort of women in ritual context. How do you think they connect with the nippled ewers, the sort of the birds with boobs? Yes, sorry.
This was somebody else, I'm sorry.
I was musing. Do you think that there is a connection between the relationship you're seeing between swallows and women in sort of religious stances or ritual contexts and the nippled ewers that you've written about before? The pots that look like birds that also have breasts.
Yes, thank you for this question. Yes, I do believe so. I mean, nippled ewers are actually we have three categories of nippled ewers. They're different in shape and decoration, and they have different symbolisms. The category you're asking for are the nippled ewers decorated with swallows. Nippled ewer by itself is a vase that combines avian and women characteristics, as you know, and it could be the image of a deity. I mean, you know, the representations from Crete on the seals about such creatures. And of course, we have this in Akrotiri as a kind of figurines, I could say. I mean, I feel that nippled ewers could succeed figurines in the Cyclades. Yes, but all the three, these three categories had different meanings. Of course, they have all this jewelry on them. They have bracelets, they have earrings, some of them, but not those with the swallows in another category. And they have, of course, patches of red color on the body, which it was not from the beginning. It was after firing. Perhaps they put it during some rituals, especially in XXIe. XXIe has quite a lot of nippled ewers, and one of them, which is like a pregnant woman, has been found in this apartment, in the apartment with the goddess and so on. So they are very important vases, and these with the swallows, yes, have symbolisms.
Cool.
I think strong symbolisms.
Thank you. I saw one hand at the back, and then we got to go to break.
Thank you. I very much enjoyed your presentation, Professor Niemeyer. I'm Kostas Paschalidis. It was beautiful and panoramic as always. I have a small comment that on the terms of the proposed ethnicity of the burial in the Vagenas circle, or probably other elite early Messenian late Bronze Age tombs. If we stick to the chronology that this is late Helladic 2A, at this period the Gnossian elite does not bury itself. So why would they bury themselves in Messenia? I mean, what I'm proposing is, until we know that there are cemeteries in the Neo-Palatial period in Crete, which is not the case, we have very, very few tombs, I wouldn't name Minoans the ones buried in Messenia. That's a small little comment. Thank you.
Would you like to respond?
We can talk about it during tea break.
Yeah. We'll have many discussions over the break. We're going to start again at 5:05 on the dot. Would the speakers for this session please come to the stage? I know.
You get a break one day. Anyway, at least you will celebrate. Another excellent
If Mr. Jack Davis can take a seat. Welcome back. I think the only reason why I'm presiding this very short session is because I occasionally have to share a house with the honorant. This last session of today is on the history of archaeology, and our first speaker is Dimitri Nakasis Opos Emeis. I hope we say it, not Emeis, Emeis Peripou. Modern analogies and analogical arguments in Tsuntas. Dimitri.
So I'd like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this conference in honor of a scholar with whom I share so many intellectual pursuits and whose support and friendship has meant so much to me. One of our shared interests is in archaeological survey, and this paper emerges in large part from my and Jack's interests in walking through the Greek countryside, as we saw earlier today in Mike's presentation, especially the Western Argolid, that's my special interest, and studying its complex temporalities. Thanks to the work of Vaso Pliatsika on the journals of Tsuntas, we know that he too loved long hikes through the mountainous Western Argolid. So in the opening pages of his landmark study, Mykine και Mykineos Politismos, Chrysos Tsuntas writes that today we recognize that the Homeric epic doesn't represent the childhood of Greece, but that it's a renaissance following a decline, and that this decline followed close upon a great acme during roughly dating to the 12th and 16th centuries BC, and that the epic poets rightly looked back on that bygone era of acme, sort of how we look back to the Byzantine era. Tsuntas goes on to say that the imagination of Homeric bards was filled with the splendor of their Mycenaean ancestors, ton pateronton. As Sofia Vutsaki has persuasively argued, Tsuntas here adds the notion of spiritual continuity between the two pairs. In this way, Vutsaki writes, the prehistoric past becomes a phase of unfolding of Hellenic culture. Vutsaki is clearly correct to see this double knot of Tsuntas, Mycenaean is to Homeric as Byzantine is to modern, as part of his broader attempt to Hellenize the prehistoric past of Greece. Likewise, it's reasonable to understand Tsuntas' extensive use of references to contemporary Greece as part of his effort to produce a seamless continuity across the long temporal expanse of Hellenism. Yet, as any reader of Tsuntas' work will immediately note, he was a careful, complex, and indeed a brilliant and original thinker. As Jack himself has recently observed, the influence of Tsuntas on the field of Greek prehistory can hardly be exaggerated. It is all the more remarkable, then, that so little attention has been paid to Tsuntas, the theorist, although I should really mention the outstanding recent work on Tsuntas by Sofia Vutsaki and Vaso Pliatsika, among others. And there's been obviously much more work on Tsuntas in his role as a Cycladic archaeologist that I don't want to omit. That much has been more extensively researched. So this paper then is a small contribution to Tsuntas as a critical player in the history of archaeological thought, in tribute to Jack's sustained interest in the history of archaeology and the role of pioneering individuals in that history. Such a study is not straightforward, because it will surprise none of you to learn that Tsuntas did not write very much, certainly by our standards, about method or theory. Yet it's clear that from his few citations and the especially argumentative sections of his work that he is well-read and has thought carefully about method and theory. For example, after arguing at length that the entranceways of tholos and chamber tombs were intentionally and repeatedly filled with earth after the completion of funerary rituals, Tsuntas concludes his discussion by writing that, however strange it might seem, therefore, that these monuments, which were so splendid and so beautiful, were concealed under the earth, we must accept it, because the facts and evidence support it. But in any case, concerning those years, we shouldn't reject everything that isn't compatible with our ideas and feelings. It's enough that it's consonant with the ideas and feelings of the epoch. So Tsuntas here rejects recourse to a common sense that conflates our own historical positionality for universal truths. Every generation of archaeological theorists up to our own has felt the need to make the argument against the uncritical use of common sense, that intellectual pillar of untheorized and indeed anti-theoretical archaeology. So if you read Matthew Johnson's Introduction to Archaeological Theory, the first chapter is all about common sense, right? So Tsuntas then was clearly a theorist. And we can see Tsuntas's methods and theories most clearly when he's attempting to interpret unexpected or strange practices. For example, in the discussion that follows the passage you see on the screen, he makes use of evolutionary ideas about stages of civilization. When considering the striking wealth of Mycenaean grave goods, Tsuntas remarks that this represents unnecessary waste for us. And that's how the Greeks of the 5th century BC thought about it too. In their tombs, we rarely find objects made of valuable materials. The Mycenaeans, however, just like all peoples in the same stage of civilization, had other ideas about this. I should thank Sofia Boutsaki for clarifying what Tsuntas meant by Elinis ton kalon chronon, which gave me a lot of trouble at first. He's clearly talking about the classical period, but Sophia clarified that he must be speaking specifically about the 5th century. So Tsuntas returned several times to the point that the Mycenaeans were newly civilized barbarians, neosti politistes barbarii, and can be productively compared to other uncivilized group, apolitistus laus. These evolutionary analogies explain for Tsuntas certain peculiarities, right? So why the Mycenaeans don't wear body armor and why they do have an excessive love of jewelry and other forms of bodily adornment. Other unexpected features are explained through analogies, often to contemporary rural life in Greece. For example, the presence of a bronze mirror in a male warrior burial at Vaffiol is considered normal, since even today, villagers and shepherds very commonly keep a small mirror in their belt for their use. Likewise, in a long discussion of how Mycenaeans lit their homes, Tsuntas observes that Mycenaean houses wouldn't have been very well lit in the winter. Only the lights of the hearth would have illuminated those spaces, quote, just like today in village houses without glass windows. Tsuntas had also earlier pointed out that Mycenaean hearths were constructed in exactly the same way as they're made in contemporary Greek villages. But interestingly, Tsuntas also displays his understanding of the contemporary world tacitly, that is, without flagging it explicitly in his text, to inform his interpretation of prehistoric evidence. For example, Tsuntas's well-known argument that chamber tomb clusters, cistades, at Mycenae corresponded to residential cores organized around kinship plausibly draws on the widespread existence of comparable settlements in the Argolid and elsewhere. In brief, Tsuntas argues that, as the preserved remains of residences and the cemeteries show, people lived not in a continuous settlement, but in small villages or clusters of houses spread over suitable sites. These villages were unfortified and were most probably inhabited by one lineage, that is, by some number of families descended from a common ancestor. Next to each village was located its cemetery. Now, this discussion, I think, plausibly reflects Tsuntas's observation of the contemporary reality in the Argolid. The Western Argolid, for example, is dotted with settlement sites like the one you see here that are not villages, but represent semi-permanent hamlets settled by limited groups of families, typically agnatic lineages. This can be reflected in their names. So Capetaneica is settled by the Capetani, Costaceica is settled by the Costacei. Such sites were widespread in the 19th century, so if you read Hamish Forbes's work on Methana, you'll see very extended descriptions of how these hamlets and then villages are formed. These hamlets were settled in the late 19th century at the latest by agro-pastoral groups from mountain villages to the northwest, places like Epanobelesi, now called Kepalovriso, and Frusiuna. Although they were mainly pastoralists wintering their flocks closer to the Argive plain and to the markets of Argos, they also engaged in cereal cultivation, as the threshing floors associated with each of the houses indicates. Locals informed us that the inhabitants would return in the summer to reap and thresh, taking the wheat back with them to their home villages in the mountains. Now, these settlements aren't villages, although of course they could become villages later. Not the case in the Western Argolid, but it is the case elsewhere. They don't act like villages, they aren't considered villages by their inhabitants, and they don't look like villages either. You can see this in the upper image on this slide, that the houses are fairly widely spaced along a ravine, rather than clustered together around a church, for example. And in the lower image, you see a drone photograph of what I like to call downtown Chelmis, the oldest and most densely organized part of the site. It's not very densely organized. So Tsuntas also seems to lean on contemporary Greece as a tacit analog elsewhere in his work. So for example, he argues that pitched roofs must be a local innovation, since certainly neither in the islands nor in Syria did they need to build pitched roofs and to winter their animals within their huts. So this is part of a complex cluster of arguments made by Tsuntas, who considers the pitched roof the typical roofing system of the Mycenaeans, whereas the flat roofs characteristic of the palaces were for him an Oriental import. Moreover, he assumes that Mycenaeans lived under the same roof with their animals and makes specific reference to two-story houses at Mycenae that he relates to a type customary among Indo-Europeans. In these cases, the ground floor is used to stable their domestic animals. So here too, Tsuntas must have been influenced by contemporary practices in rural Greece, and perhaps more specifically, the Argolid, where 1- and 2-story longhouses typically provided shelter both to humans and animals, as elsewhere in Greece and the Balkans. In 1-story houses, the stable was often set at a slightly lower level, and of course in 2-story houses, animals were necessarily confined to the ground level with humans living above. So at Chelmis in the Western Argolid, many houses were built into the natural slope to achieve some vertical separation between human and animal members of the household, as you see in the upper left, in addition to whatever architectural dividers were used to create distinct spaces, as you see in the lower right. Tsuntas's modern ethnographic analogies seem to serve at least 3 purposes. First, they relate antiquity to Tsuntas's imagined readership, and many of these references are actually omitted in the English language version of the book, because Manet assumed that Americans didn't know much about modern Greece correctly, I think. Second, they served Tsuntas's broader argument about the Hellenicity of Greek prehistory by linking specific practices across time. But tacit analogies also certainly served as a broader heuristic base for Tsuntas's interpretations, especially when it comes to what we might call everyday life. As HATZAKI has noted, Tsuntas deploys his method within the well-developed intellectual frameworks of 19th century Greek historiography and laographia, folk history or something like this. And the latter seems to have been an especially rich source of inspiration for Tsuntas. As I just mentioned, Tsuntas typically compares Mycenaean non-elite behaviors to practices in contemporary rural Greece. For the palaces, he's more willing to entertain foreign influence, like his assumption that the flat roofs of the palaces were imported from the warmer climes of the Eastern Mediterranean. But Tsuntas prefers to interpret everyday practices as lying along a smooth continuum that terminates in his present. The close attention that Tsuntas pays to everyday Mycenaean customs and the way he relates them to modern practices are, no doubt, the archaeological equivalent to the laographic approach of Nikolaos Politis, who asserted that such customs constituted critical evidence for continuity between us and our ancestors. Those are quotes, since customs, quote, are not taught by others, nor are they transplanted from external sources among foreign peoples, but are transmitted only by word of mouth from parent to child, from old to young. The adoption of this methodology and its extensive use throughout Tsuntas's book and his other published work demonstrates that his work was not simply arguing for the prehistory of Hellenism. His entire methodological framework achieved this aim by interpreting the prehistoric past through the lens of the laographic present. Despite his attempts to avoid conflating the present and the past, then, Tsuntas's methods lead him into the trap of conflation. Now, such reflections are extremely relevant today, I would argue. Many of the conclusions reached by Tsuntas are formative to the way that we continue to think about Aegean prehistory, most notably the idea that Mycenaeans represented a people, a culture, a period, in short, a historical whole with clear temporal and spatial boundaries, something that suspiciously resembles a nation. At the start of his book, Tsuntas writes that the culture brought to light by these excavations and the studies based on them is inherently homogeneous and it has its own characteristics. Yet at the same time, it's so strange in many ways that men known for their erudition and intelligence declared it barbaric and foreign, having nothing in common with the Hellenic nation. The brilliance and force of Tsuntas's arguments have meant that his view has largely won the day, and we continue to reflexively treat prehistoric groups as distinctive and well-bounded cultural unities. This mode of thinking reflects a distinctively 19th century view of culture and history. However, and the long-lasting orthodoxy of this view conceals the fact that our most basic categories are not simply empirical constructs that flow naturally from the evidence. They are rather theoretical constructs that reflect intellectual histories and intellectual trends. While many of us would presumably agree that Mycenaean is a meaningful term, at least in some senses, we should also be mindful of the fact that culture history seems to veer inevitably towards essentialism of one kind or another. Prior to World War II, this essentialism tended to be national in character. Since the decipherment of Linear B, it's tended to be sociocultural, and I'm thinking specifically here of Moses Finley's influential treatment of the Mycenaeans as Near Eastern despotic redistributive states. Not only are such essentialisms problematic in political terms, right? So Finley's treatment is Orientalist in the extreme, quite literally, using standard definitions, often relying on unempirical simplifications of the evidence. But these essentialisms also prevent us from coming to grips with the regional and chronological variations that we see in our evidence. Reading Tsuntas and thinking through his arguments serve therefore as an instructive reminder of the need to rethink traditional but outmoded concepts. Tsuntas was a brilliant pioneer in his ability to imagine and productively reframe Greek prehistory. So too is a new rethinking necessary if we want to escape the trap of 19th century modes of thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitri. Our next speaker, Emilia Odo, unfortunately cannot be with us, but she's found somebody else who said she would imitate the Italian accent. Nicoletta Momigliano, Methodological Questions in the publication of the Cnossian Northwest Treasure House. Nico.
Now, since I'm very short, does this work? Can you hear me? Good. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure to have been invited to celebrate Jack. I am, of course, very sorry for not being here in person, and I'm extremely thankful to Nicoletta Momigliano for reading my paper. We are both Italian, so the accent should work very well. But whatever she says, it's all my fault. I should hope so. Jack never let a comfortable assumption go unchallenged if a harder question was available. During my dissertation years, I remember our talks over coffee or outside the Blegen Library. Jack would listen to my questions, my big ideas, my budding arguments. Then he would pause and quietly say, "That may be true, but what is the evidence?" And down the drain went most of my big ideas. The evidence is the basis. And as a fervent graduate student, I was learning that evidence needs to constitute the fabric of any statement in archaeology. I wrote Jack's sentence on a Post-it, and to this day, it is on my office wall. It is in this spirit that I want to begin with this paper with an uncomfortable question for those of us publishing archaeological data, including legacy data. Is it all worth it? That is every archaeological find worth publishing? And if so, how? I do not mean this rhetorically. I mean it as a research question with methodological, practical, and philosophical impact. Those working on legacy archaeology have had to ask themselves this very question, which is now becoming part of the growing literature on legacy, including plenty of methodological frameworks. But within that literature, the assumption that archaeological data is always worth recovering and always worth publishing is rarely interrogated, and we spend remarkably little energy asking what form that publication should take. Today, I want to propose a brief reflection on these questions, using as a case study the Northwest Treasury House at Knossos, a building that, despite its prominent position, appears to offer very little to the modern researcher. It is backfilled and irretrievable. Its architecture was never fully understood, even by the excavators who exposed it. Its finds were collected across several excavation seasons, with recording practices that varied considerably across time. Evans published it in summary form in the Palace of Miners, where it functions largely as a backdrop for the spectacular finds, especially the Bronze Hoard, rather than as a building whose history is worth reconstructing in its own right. And yet, here I am, 3 summers into a systematic study of its pottery, preparing what will be the first full publication of the building. When I first approached its finds, its 102 boxes in the Stratigraphical Museum at Knossos in 2022, my initial reaction was close to despair. I know the feeling. The assemblage appeared chaotic. 18 boxes from one context, one from another, scattered single boxes labeled with architectural features, cardinal directions, years, and sometimes nothing more than a general attribution to the building. The pottery is predominantly fragmentary, rarely joining, chronologically mixed. There are no primary deposits and little to reconstruct in terms of context. The obvious response was to conclude that not much could be done. But the more I work on this, the more I realize that this response, even if understandable, is methodologically wrong. The problem is not with the assemblage. The problem is with the question one asks of it. If I measure the Northwest Treasure House finds against the standard of stratified assemblages from a well-documented modern excavation, if that indeed is the standard, then it fails immediately and completely. But should that be the right standard, or should it be the one that emerges from understanding the archive on its own terms? After all, we can only know what an assemblage can tell us, given the specific conditions under which it was created, yesterday or today. Translating this into practice, the first task is the systematic analysis of the excavation archive, particularly Mackenzie's daybooks from 1901 until 1908. They alone reveal that the 102 boxes are not a uniform data set, but the product of at least 2 very different modes of excavation. Only few major contexts listed in this slide were excavated with relative consistency and focus during the main campaigns of 1903 and 1904. The remaining boxes represent moments when the building was peripheral to the season's main concerns, with recordings so thin that some boxes have almost no contextual information at all. And this brings me to the publication problem directly, which is the heart of what I want to discuss today. Is it number 6? What do you do with a building in this condition? To paraphrase Jack's question, what is the evidence that can produce an understanding of this building and its history? The answer depends entirely on what the publication is for and for whom. If the goal is to document the excavation of Knossos, to preserve the record of Evans's and Mackenzie's process, then a case can be made for cataloging all 102 boxes, or a substantial portion of them, presented for what they are, a collection of finds mostly disconnected from the building itself, but useful for reconstructing excavation history. That is genuinely valuable information, but its value is historiographical rather than archaeological. But of course, none of this pottery is unique. It is the usual fare of Minoan ceramics we see across Knossos. Full catalogues would not add much for the student or the seasoned Knossos researcher. Illustration would only be helpful to reconstruct the excavation process. If, on the other hand, the goal is to study the building and its life, to reconstruct something meaningful about the settlement and its culture, then those scattered boxes should not be published at all in the main publication. The only material worth presenting in that case is the major context that can be anchored to the notebooks and that carry information about the building's use and spaces. This is the principle that, I think, deserves wider discussion. The first task of the legacy researcher is not to recover everything, but to determine what is recoverable and at what level of resolution and for what kind of argument. I would argue, in fact, that this should be the golden rule of any archaeological publication, legacy and modern. There must be a reason for our catalogues beyond simple illustration. And this determination should not just shape what goes into the catalogue, but also what kind of publication is produced. The format of a publication is not a neutral vessel. It shapes what arguments are possible and whose questions can be answered. Whether legacy or modern, every archaeological publication should be articulated around clear arguments, providing the reader with the data supporting these arguments. In practice, the major context of the Northwest Treasure House have already produced results that no amount of reading Evans's published accounts would have suggested. Without going into full details here, since I want to stay within the methodological argument, I will say that systematic joint analysis across thousands of sherds reveal two distinct depositional behaviors within the building. For example, the Lakkos material shows chronologically mixed deposition from multiple sources and moments. The room of the bronze vases deposits suggests something closer to a single event, possibly an upper floor collapse or intentional burial. Two secondary deposits, two very different behaviors, and the distinction matters for understanding what happened to this building after its main neopalatial phase. In a paper I published last year, I argued that the bronze hoard itself belongs not to the neopalatial phase, but to a final palatial horizon. So there is, in fact, no treasure that can be linked to the building's use at all. The name is Evans's interpretation, and the interpretation is wrong. Making that complication visible is the specific contribution a modern publication can make, which is not replacing Evans. No one can replace the excavator, but showing where new approaches applied to old material can produce new questions and sometimes new answers. But let's go back to publications and catalogues. The conversation about publication format is one I've been having with series editors, colleagues, and researchers of legacy data for some time, and a clear tendency has emerged. Catalogs and raw data are increasingly being moved online, treated as supplementary material, additional data, an appendix to the real intellectual work of interpretation, because who wants to see yet another conical cup? I want to argue that this gets the relationship exactly backwards. The catalog is not supplementary to the argument, like a side dish. The argument is or must be built on the catalog, and the reader must have direct ways to assess, challenge, or extend the interpretation. It doesn't mean that nothing belongs online and that we should remain anchored to print at all cost. In fact, the Northwest Treasure House has led me to propose a different model. If online we must go, then let's use the online space not as a supplementary to a print narrative, not to reduce the length of the published article or book, but as a general archival repository of the full evidentiary record. Online may be a good place for an all-inclusive catalog, the complete dataset, a publicly available digital foundation, explicitly citable. In print, which, let's face it, it would still be on digital format as well, we would then have the synthetic argument accompanied by a selective catalog supporting the argument. So, two distinct intellectual products of equal dignity, the data that enables future research and interpretation that uses it. So, you see, the Northwest Treasure House is a small building, but the methodological questions it raises are not. To return to my initial question, is every archaeological find worth publishing? My answer is not always in the same way, not always at the same scale, and not without first doing the hard work of understanding what the evidence is actually capable of supporting. But if the researcher is willing to ask what the data can tell us, rather than what we wish it could tell us, more often than not, legacy material warrants plenty of publication. The harder question, therefore, is never whether to publish, but how. So, Jack, you are certainly right. The hardest questions are the ones most worth asking, and for every argument, the evidence must be carefully and strategically laid out. The Northwest Treasure House has been for me a source of methodological introspection in the spirit of this criteria, launching me into a debate on the nature and intentionality of archaeological publications. I hope this paper has given you a glimpse into what questions this building can prompt and which are worth addressing. Thank you. And if I may add, I think Emilia should have said not just the accent, but also the gesticulation.
Thank you, Nico. I'm sure Emilia is online, so she has probably witnessed all of this. So there's only questions for Dimitri. Anybody has a question? I see a question over there, a hand up here. And then Kostas.
Thank you. I really loved your paper. And I want to make sure I understand. Are you saying that Sundas thought that those scattered hamlets had been there for some time, or did he recognize how new they were and therefore blend that into his kind of analogizing that when, in his terms, ancient society might be in a reforming kind of phase, Did he see that at all, or did he think they had been planted there forever, which they had not been, of course?
Oh, it's on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the question. It's hard to say, right? Because I struggled a lot when thinking about this. Reading tacit analogies, trying to interpret them, right? Because of course, Tsuntas, the whole point of it is that he doesn't say like, "Oh, this is just like these weird villages I come across, or these weird settlements I come across on my hikes through the mountains of the Argolid." I think it's hard to say. Initially, when we came across these settlements, we thought they were like forms of villages, and it was really by talking to people who were like, "No, these are not villages," right? So talking to locals about what was the nature of these settlements was really important. So it's possible that obviously these villages were barely operational when we encountered them. The site at Helmis, which I showed a couple of times, the last guy to actually do the hike from Prusiuna down to Helmis, I think stopped doing it in the 70s or the 80s. Oh no, there's one guy left who still does the hike. These places are virtually abandoned. The agriculture, of course, is not, but as settlements, they're not really used. Tsuntas would have witnessed them when they were far more active than we did. And sort of depending on when he encountered them, they could have been very active indeed, right? So Kendrick Pritchett actually talks about Helmis, and when he encounters it in the 70s, it's kind of operating like a suburb of a village in the winter because the kids go to school in the local school. He could have. He's less likely to have been confused about the nature of these settlements than we were. But it's possible that he didn't fully understand the nature of them if he was just encountering them through non-sustained contact, right? Yeah.
Can I comment back? Is that okay?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Susan Sutton. I worked in the as well.
Oh.
Okay. So what if he doesn't recognize that this settling of shepherds down from the mountains at the end of the Ottoman period is a dynamic process due to a lot of factors, including even the shipbuilding that grew up in that area at the time? If he doesn't recognize that, he's saying that the analogy is based on cultural continuity of small settlements scattered over the countryside, which, just to add to your arguments about dualities and binaries of the 19th century, feeds into the 20th century, robbing rural Greece of and farmers of their agency, that they are actually doing some very strategic planning about where they want to be in the economies of the contemporary time. And so it's another harmful effect of that kind of analogizing, of freezing the present and not showing how dynamic it actually is.
Yeah, I thought a lot, thank you for that follow-up. I thought a lot about how consciously Tsuntas was deploying these, what I'm calling analogies. Increasingly, I think that he's maybe not that conscious of them, right? That he sees the archaeological record, he sees something that is confusing to him, and he's grasping for different ways to that's how it comes across in the book, right? That he's really focused in on these specific things that he has a trouble explaining, and then he reaches either for analogies or for other kinds of evolutionary processes, right? So, the reason why, Tholos tombs are built round is because these, they're these people who come from the north and they like to build these huts. And then, so they keep building these kind of huts, but they transfer the sort of hut technology from buildings to Tholos tombs, right? He's really big on this idea. So he clearly thinks he's thinking a lot about survivals, and he's thinking a lot about cultural continuity and survivals that then seem out of place in the present, right? So the fact that that the Mycenaeans build houses in a certain way he sees as being very linked to Northern Europe or sort of temperate Europe, which is, he admits, is like a little bit out of place in Greece, right? Which is a warmer location. So he's thinking a lot about kind of change over time, sort of evolution, loosely evolutionary ideas, and then survivals in those evolutionary over the course of those evolutionary processes.
Thank you.
Kostas Paskalidis.
Dimitri, thank you for this opportunity, for this wonderful discussion. One thing I'm missing from this presentation is the frame of knowledge, the knowledge frame of Tsundas' generation, what he knew of this new phenomenon of the Mycenaean, we call it nowadays, is Sparta and a couple of sites around in Attica. Argolid he excavated, and Schlimmer before him, but this doesn't count. And then Vafio, that's it. And the comparanda he had was the good Greek period, that is classical period. He knew nothing of Crete, and when he saw these kind of leveled roofs, he said it comes from east. If he knew of the Cretan architecture, then he would have pointed where some elaborate structures like the palaces could have had their, let's say, their inspiration. In defense of Judas, I'm saying that in the beginning of the 20th century, when he excavated in Thessaly, and this is beautiful work published by Katia Mandelli on Tsundas' manuscripts, he used anthropology, ethnography, and this logographic procedure, studying the tribes of the Lachians and Sarakatsani in order to explain the Neolithic houses, and it worked, because he was the first to give a method of how to understand something we have no clue. So coming back to the Mycenaean settlements, and since your frame is Argolid, what we could say is when he says the Mycenaeans are not, or these people are not living in fortified cities, his parallel is classical Greece, with city-states fortified. And he says they live katakomas, not villages, komi. Komi is a settlement.
Yeah.
And this is the case in Achaia, for instance. Now, the last 20 years in Achaia and Elis, we know that we have settlements and we have cemeteries related to the settlements which are not fortified in most cases. He was not wrong. He wouldn't know, but it proves that he was not wrong. So if we spread the sample or the data and we take into consideration that he knew nothing of what he was dealing with, he just had a few sites unearthed. It was not a good idea to approach it, comparing it to the villagers of the previous generations of the Argolid, the Arvanites, as we call it. It was not a bad idea. That's what I'm saying in defense of Tsundas.
No. I mean, we don't need to defend Tsundas.
We totally agree with
the guy was a
your,
genius.
Yeah.
He was a genius, and that book is a work of genius. You know, it's a bold theorization. He also had the early excavations at Thera, right? He also had that. But yeah, that book is a work of genius, and that's why it's striking to me that that hasn't been as central to our discussions about the history of the discipline, because it's amazing. Every time I read it, I think to myself, it's almost impossible that he could be so right about so many things, and that his argumentation, even when it's wrong, is really so interesting. So yeah, 100%.
Todd?
Yeah, you've got a really interesting context, which may not be your particular interest in it, but the translation, okay, and Manat's work in terms of what was excised. There'll obviously be patterns in that, but also there's the thinking about Tsundas' impact in terms of to what degree it was based on people going back to the Greek original versus through the translations. So you've got a couple of different levels historiographically in terms of assessing Tsundas' impact, but also getting an idea about what was more widely thought to be accessible in the intellectual context of the time that was excluding some of it. Was it because they were too locally relevant or thought to be, or were there broader issues involved that were sort of overriding or excluding some of those things or glossing over them?
Yeah, thanks. When I was researching this, I was reading the Greek and the English side by side, and it is really instructive to see where they differ. Manat is obviously writing for an American and presumably British audience, an Anglophone audience. He's writing for a classicizing audience, and so there's a lot more I mean, there's already a lot of Homer and classical Greece in Tsoudas, and there's even more in Manet's version of the book. And then, of course, there's just like less about modern Greece, I think, because Manet assumes that people won't get the references. So yeah, there's really interesting material there too.
Can we have
well, I would
Tom, Jim, Anna, and then Jack, and that's it.
I wanted to thank both of you for emphasizing the genius of Tsuntas, these early perceivers of cultural formation have a lot of substantial things to say to us. And I've been doing a lot of tracing of the history of ideas as they affect particular words in Linear B, and it's almost impossible so I was going to ask you, when you're wearing your other hat, as somebody who can work with the Linear B texts in your prosopographical study of the Pylos tablets, there tended, from the early days, people were talking about towns and mayors and provinces, sort of out of the Roman provinces. And then when we had corritera and pro-corritera, councils and pro-councils, there was just an unacknowledged overlay of ideas drawn from contemporary society, drawn from the Roman Empire. And then there was the contamination of what the palaces were from, you mentioned it earlier, Moses Finley, or somebody mentioned it, Moses Finley earlier. Yeah, so that, all of a sudden we had these Asiatic palaces coming in and oppressing the local population. But so this is all way of getting you to circle around to, with the number of place names that we have, how many to you would fall into the category of something that we might call I don't even know what term, Kome, a village, that would have a Damos organization? If you consider the Damos to be the distributing agency of a locality that sees to the communal land being put into the holding by particular individuals under certain given conditions. So how, in other words, how would you conceive of it in a way that wouldn't be using effectively the terminology that's at our disposal? So in other words, how do you rid yourself, and this goes, how do you rid yourself of the natural intellectual instincts and prejudices that arise from even the mere vocabulary that you have at your disposal? And the vocabulary is problematical too. If you're reading documents in Mycenaean Greek as an American, you're going to come across British terms that we only have maybe vague ideas about, so then we import.
Can you keep it short?
Yeah, I'm just following Jim Wright's lead of this morning.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Thanks for the question. We can talk more about it later. I think, I think one of the things, to return it to Jack and Jack's work, I think one of the things that's been such, we were talking about it during the, Effie and I were talking about during the break, survey and regional study of Greece has been such a game changer in the way that we, the way that we can try to immerse ourselves into long histories of specific regions, and try to break away from, I think survey has been wonderful in the way that it's allowed us to try to break away from these overarching categories and to understand these places and these communities and their specific sort of geographical and historical contexts. That's what Tsuntas was trying to do, I think, at some level. I mean, obviously working in 1893, he had to zoom way out in order to get a big enough database to do that. But, through regional study, archaeological survey, and all the things that come with archaeological survey, I think it's been a magnificent way for us to try to zoom in on specific places and try to really understand, Pylos is a weird place in a lot of ways, right? And that's really important for us to understand.
You have a comment, Jim?
every graduate student should have to read the Juntas in the original. Manat is really not Juntas. Juntas' book is a book of genius. I want to support Susan and Costa. I think that's the right reading. I don't think it had anything to do with Paputseica, Skinochoreti, any of that. I think he was looking at the tombs and the clusters of tombs, and from that, he was extrapolating to Katakomai, as you said, as a model that he had. And of course, he already knew that there was a Tholos tomb in Thessaly. He was very interested in it. It's one of the things that drove him up there later. And he was interested in trying to do, as you said, bring it into a national conversation for the expansion of Greece as a nation state. That's something that he was quite interested in very subtle ways, I think.
Anna, you still have a comment? No, it's Anna and Jack, and then it's over.
Well, I don't think Chundas needs any defense, so I just want to add that when we study something, when we were young, now we are not anymore, anyway, we very often found out that the conclusion we were trying to reach has already been said by Chundas, sometimes also by Marinatos, okay? So I will just mention my experience. I discovered that maybe he's the first archaeologist, not only the Greek archaeologist, but the first archaeologist to emphasize on the importance of the balance weights in the pre-coinage economy. In Mycenaean World, 1893, he wrote that at the time that there was no coinage, it was very important to have balances in way, of course, of changing. Thank you.
Jack, you want to make a final comment?
Thank you, Julia. Listening to your presentation, Dimitri, I find very fascinating. But, you know, having, like Sue Sutton, and having spent a lot of time in the ArcLid myself, and perhaps Jim was saying something of the opposite, but I'm not at all bothered by this format of distribution of settlements. And even the shape of the houses. These are typical Central Albanian houses. These are this is what you would expect of Arvanitika. So what I wonder about is Tsundas, and maybe I'll answer my own question here. I mean, Tsundas, who is so concerned with demonstrating continuity and unity within the state, in growing up in that environment, the later 19th century, does he even comment on language, on what people are speaking in these villages that he observes in the landscape, or is this a non-issue for him? Are Arvanitas basically Greek by then?
Yeah, I don't remember him commenting on it in Mykineos Politismos. And I don't remember him commenting on the sort of the ethnicity of these villages in the Argolid. So maybe he really is trying to paper over is maybe too crude an analogy, but yeah, he's trying to project an image, right, of a unified Greece in the 19th, the Greece that he experiences, right?
When we used to sit in the Caphania in the 70s and 80s, people were speaking Arvanitika still, and I remember in the Maya, Jim will remember this. The old Caphanian owner told me the story of how he was sent to the front lines, the Albanian front lines during the beginning of the Second World War. And he said, we were taught in school that we were different from the Albanians. And he said, oh my God, that wasn't true at all. we were speaking the same language. It was a surprise, I think.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I don't know if any of you have been to the New Byzantine Museum in Argos, but I think that it does a really nice job of bringing out, there's a lot of discussion about the Arvanitis in the Argolid, and it's nice to see that in a new public museum.
Okay, thank you very much. As announced this morning by Kathleen, I think there's now a little movie about the life of Wise Nestor or Wise Jack.
There are archaeologists who don't really care about what is happening around in the place they came to investigate archaeologically. But Jack was not that.
Jack is a very open, giving person. It doesn't matter who you are, what you do, he's ready to work with you.
He is interested in everything, and I think that is one of the deepest resources that he has.
His interest is in people and how people lived in the past and in the contemporary world. He's always looking for these connections. It's a reminder to us too, like how the past continues to resonate in the present.
I wouldn't have come to Greece if it hadn't been for the American school. That was my anchor. But it was an anchor that I could use to explore other aspects of Greece and of the Mediterranean. At the same time, I met so many people at the American school who became lifelong friends. All that really changed my life in so many different ways. Really, every olive tree has a story to tell us about the past. I specialized in the prehistory of Greece, but I discovered early on in my career that there were other periods of the past that fascinated me every bit as much. It began on the island of Kea, which was the first time that I was seriously involved in this kind of research.
Kea is an affiliated project, and Kea was the training ground for many archaeologists, including Jack.
Archaeology is about what you find, but it's also the people who find it and also the people who inspire you. We have been so fortunate in both the projects we have and the people that we have working here.
A survey is an attempt to understand an entire landscape. And how did that change through time?
John and Jack asked me to participate in this type of survey. It was new.
Putting an archaeological team together to meet the challenges of running a survey is itself a pretty complicated affair. We had several dozen specialists in particular periods in the past.
And at that time, anthropologists were struggling to establish that modern Greece had a story to tell in its own right and didn't always have to be tied to its ancient past. But Jack said, just come on the Chaos Project, do your work as a cultural anthropologist to understand the contemporary communities in this area, and then we'll see what comes of that.
It's a really difficult, arduous work. Walking out from a base headquarters into fields before the sun rises in the morning and working until mid-afternoon, day after day after day.
We were collecting material, looking down for so many hours, that even when we were back, we still were looking down. It became a habit after a while. But we had a lot of fun.
We were so filled with zeal at this point in time, and wanting to spread the word of our technique as broadly as we could. We were so interested in training other people who would then go on and carry out work of the sort that we had carried out here. And I think we're remarkably successful.
The Nemea Valley Archaeological Project was a collaborative, affiliated project with the American School. So I asked Jack if he would come, and he planned a systematic survey of the entire valley to document evidence of human activity from the Paleolithic to the 1980s.
Jack was the overall director when we collaborated with a much larger group on the PILOS Regional Archaeological Project, or PRAP, as we're proud to call it, which lasted until the mid-1990s. He was impressively engaged in both modern Greek history and, of course, the archaeology from prehistory through to later time.
So we're now entering Hora, and we're driving down Blagan Street. And finds from our excavation and Blagan's excavations will be in this new museum. It was through Blagan that I fell in love with the prehistory of Greece. But Blagan's interests were really broad. And that colored the direction of my own scholarship. Blagan started as a philologist, but he came to the American School of Classical Studies and he fell in love with the prehistory of Greece. And then when he came down here to Pylos, the finds were so amazing that it would be impossible for him to walk away from them. He discovered the first archive of tablets written in Linear B. And they led to the decipherment of Linear B as the earliest written form of Greek that we have. And he found the entirety of a Mycenaean palace, which doesn't exist even at Mycenae, because Mycenae was built over and the Mycenaean remains were disturbed. But here we got the whole thing. We hadn't really thought about excavating here on top of the hill because Blagan had done it all. But when we started here in the 1990s, we immediately realized there were a lot of basic jobs that needed attention. And that's really where Sherry came into the picture. And she discovered amazing things, like 30,000 fragments of wall paintings that we didn't know about. She worked on this for a lot of years, together with graduate students and Greek archaeologists.
Κατάγομαι από το διπλανό χωριό από εδώ τον Άτυρο που λέγεται Χώρα Τριφυλίας. Μεγάλωσα εκεί. Ήρθε η ομάδα του Τζακ και δούλευαν εκεί, οπότε πάντα με ιντρίκαρε αυτό που έκαναν. Πέρασαν τα χρόνια. Αποφάσισα να σπουδάσω αρχαιολογία, τελείωσα το πανεπιστήμιο και βρέθηκα να δουλεύω μαζί τους από τότε.
We began excavation in this particular area because, to be perfectly honest, we had no place else to work. At the same time, we knew that Blagan had found nothing in this field. So we were all prepared to find nothing.
In the first days of the excavation, there was a lot going on that Jack and I needed to attend to logistically. But we were in the bank actually getting money to pay the workmen.
And at that point, we got a text message from one of our graduate students who was supervising the excavation.
You better come quickly, we found bronze. And that's when we knew that we had something totally amazing. This is our third gold ring. And it's full of material.
What do you mean?
It has beads inside of it. And then we've got another seal and a
In other words,
large amethyst bead.
is that what you're talking?
Pretty amazing.
It was actually the first gold I'd ever excavated, so I was pretty excited about it. But then more and more gold followed.
Διάφορα ευρήματα που βγαίναν στο φως, τους σφραγιδόλιθους, τα σφραγιστικά δαχτυλίδια, τα χτένια, τα κύπελα, τα χρυσά. Ήταν πραγματικά ένας βομβαρδισμός ευρημάτων.
Yay, hold it up.
We had this code word for gold. We called them pebbles.
Είχαμε επιστρατεύσει όλοι μας την εφευρετικότητα για να λειτουργήσει καλά η ανασκαφή, να εφυλάσσεται ο χώρος.
We've needed to hire specialized conservators who know how to treat corroded bronze and silver, and we have a lot of ivory in the grave as well.
It would have been an absolute disaster to find the Griffin warrior at the beginning of my career, because one major factor that contributed to its success is the network of friends that we have in Greece that we can call on for help. Καλημέρα κύριε Πανούη.
Καλημέρα.
Τι κάνουμε?
Καλά είστε?
Ποιος άλλος είναι εδώ? Πώς πάει? Ναι, χρωστώ τίποτα στη σχολή. Καλημέρα κύριε Πανό. Αυτός ήταν ο καθηγητής μου στο Πανεπιστήμιο του Cincinnati και ο Μπλέγεν που ήταν καθηγητής του καθηγητή μου.
Jack was elected director of the American school in a time of global crisis, and he managed to make the school very friendly, open, tolerant.
Σήμερα είναι vegetarian.
Are you vegetarian?
Jack's experience was invaluable in helping me think about what it meant to be a director and the things to do and perhaps the things to avoid as well.
I have many loves at the American school, but the archives are my special place. That's where I go simply because they make me happy.
I'm grateful to Jack Davis for first inspiring me to unearth Triumph Over Time from the school's archives and research the history of its making.
We know that we can depend for help on the staff of the American school, on the staff of the Wiener Lab, staff of the Agora, the administrative staff of the school, and the various directors, and the librarians, and pretty much everybody else. Those connections, both Greek and American, are friendships that I still maintain today and which I draw today. We're all colleagues, and we're all working together and helping each other in whatever ways we can.
So thank you very much to all of you for a wonderful first day of celebration for Jack. And we would like now to invite you to join the reception in the yard of Cotson Hall. And we also remind you that tomorrow morning we're starting again at 9:30. Thank you very much.